They were all aimed at getting the whole of Africa from the yoke of colonialism. You can say that with the collective efforts of all of them, Africa is now politically free. We are not under any bondage again politically. And the seed was sown here at the All African Peoples Conference. I must say that the representation reflects exactly what took place at that time. And so we have a lot of participants from many countries, more importantly, 20 major countries that are present here. We have as major participants representatives from Burkina Faso. It was then called Upper Volta. From Burundi, from Cameroon, from Chad, from the Democratic Republic of Congo, from Eswatini, which our brothers and sisters from the West could not pronounce, and so they decided Swaziland. They couldn't pronounce Eswatini. Then we have Guinea-Bissau, we have Kenya, we have Liberia, we have Madagascar, Malawi, Morocco, Mozambique, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia, Zimbabwe, all are gathered here today. We have many other observers, but we are more adorned here by our spiritual, religious, and traditional leaders. I want to acknowledge the presence of all of you and to, as I said, affirm some of the things that have already been stated and sometimes add another perspectives. But I will recommend this book to all of you. It's available electronically. You read it as a good, solid foundation of what I just mentioned, and that is going to build your faith, to brace yourself up, to fight the battle that we are engaged in, to ensure that true families, the sovereignty and values of Africa are entrenched in our continent. It's written by Dr. Susan Williams. A Nobel Peace winner. After he published this, it's not fiction, it's facts. It's facts about no other continent but Africa, the whole Africa. Don't mind the volume. Immediately you start reading it, you can't stop but completing this book. And I have read it like a student. So if you get my book here, you see that there are lines, there are commentary, and everything here. Very good, and I recommend it to all of you. Let me now say it is really an honor and a great privilege for me to stand here to be given the opportunity to deliver the keynote address. And I'll do this with a deal of reverence, humility, and honor. And as you've already been warmly welcomed, I want to add my voice to welcome all of you to Accra, a historic sanctuary of Pan-African liberation. And it is indeed a privilege for the opportunity accorded me to deliver the keynote address, because Ghana, and particularly Accra, was referred to in those days as the Mecca of Africa. Organizers of the conference could not have settled on a more appropriate venue. After the delegates at the third conference at Uganda overwhelmingly voted for Ghana to host the fourth conference. In fact, my good friend from Kenya recounted how Kenya offered to host it. But all the delegates said, when they heard that Ghana wanted to do so, that no, we want to go to Ghana. And we are happy to have you here, and I assure you, you will not regret taking that decision. Because this is the place that is most appropriate for this conference. Not just because of the historic reminder, but there are so many places of interest which I will urge you not to get yourself cocooned in the conference hall here, but to reach out, even after the conference. I don't encourage you to leave. Stay back and enjoy the Ghana that we have today. So once again, you are most welcome. Let me emphasize this. This was the soil, Ghana, that the architecture of African self-determination was forged by forebears who understood that political independence was only the first step in a long walk to true freedom. Our forebears proclaimed that true emancipation lies in the complete restoration of our individual, cultural, and institutional autonomy. It is in furtherance of our long search for self-actualization that we gather at this fourth African Inter-Parliamentary Conference to confront a defining challenge of our generation: the preservation and economic distress or cultural alienation that we find ourselves confronted with. There's an urgent need for us to preserve, as we modernize and codify our identity in an increasingly globalized world. Distinguished participants, you all in our various indigenous areas have philosophical maxims deeply rooted in our indigenous heritage, which reflects the beauty and sweetness of life, as we say, which lie in its collective expression and our communal interconnectedness. We find our meaning, protection, and purpose within the sacred framework of the family. We all always say, I am because you are. And you are because we are. And our friends in South Africa will refer to it as Ubuntu. With this in mind, these our founding fathers decided to call Africa a family. They were not referring to it as a continent. They knew the importance of the family unit. So please, rewind your minds. You see the founding fathers marrying from across Africa. Not in their countries. And in fact, the first suitor to our first Prime Minister, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, was a beautiful lady from South Africa. Yes. When that did not work, because the lady saw that the man and his passion, he will not be available for her. So she resisted all the temptation to marry our first Prime Minister. And then he moved to Egypt, married a young lady who had just finished the university. I recall what their first son said, Gamel Nkrumah, about the reason behind the marriage: to make Africa a family, to connect North Africa to the rest of the continent. And you saw that the president of Zimbabwe, His Excellency President Mugabe, married from Ghana. His Excellency Hassan Banda came all the way from Malawi, lived in Ghana, studied in Ghana, opened a clinic at Kumasi, and practiced medicine for many years before Nkrumah prevailed on him to go back home, Nyasaland, to fight for the independence of that country. So this issue about family, making Ghana, Africa a family, started then. They knew the importance of the family unit, and that the only way to get us to unite, to form the United States of Africa, was to have the family unit. Let me say that as legislators and chosen custodians of the people's sovereign will, our mandate is to ensure that the laws we enact, the budgets we approve, and the policies we oversee reflect this reality. True sovereignty does not begin at our national borders or within legislative chambers. It is born, nurtured, and sustained in the smallest unit of governance on earth. That is the family. If the family breaks under economic distress, as we are experiencing now, or cultural alienation, the state itself loses its structural integrity. Your Excellencies, we must approach the issue of sovereignty with maturity and legal precision. The long history they've given you about me is not to talk about my age. It's to talk about my experience. So some people say that I'm an old man. I beg to disagree with them. You have made me younger than before, and I've had the opportunity to traverse the whole of the continent and to your countries. But the advantage of bond and came together even after the Manchester Conference to fight for the independence of the continent. We only meet at conferences. And I must say that we have also done very, very well, even though we meet at conferences, not in schools. We have been able to bond, and many of those leaders gathered here have been with me at many, many conferences, and we are the best of friends. So we need to approach this issue of sovereignty with maturity and legal precision. The boundaries that we draw are just in our minds. They are not actual. There are different boundaries that we have to confront. Because on a daily basis, you know, across our borders, the families cut across, they do things together on a daily basis. Yet we call them boundaries. And we decided to put some structures there to rather obstruct the free flow of people, business, trade, and everything. So we need to look at the issue of sovereignty with maturity and legal precision. Sovereignty is not a passive shield. It is an active, vigorous exercise of self-definition. The inherent right of a people to determine their social, economic, and moral destiny, free from external coercion or ideological conditionalities. I stand here as the chief of a kingdom which cuts across Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire. And we have festivals together. I stand here as a chief of another kingdom who's cast between Ghana and Burkina Faso. And I stand here as a chief of another kingdom which cast between Ghana, Togo, Benin, and part of Nigeria. So where are the borders? When we examine the conditions and the constitutions of our African states, we find a remarkable jurisprudential consensus. Here in Ghana, Article 39 of the 1992 Constitution mandates that the state foster, preserve, and enrich our traditional cultural values while balancing these with the demands of modern development and fundamental human freedoms. Similar provisions exist across virtually every nation represented in this room. Those of you who have read the history of America, you have seen that America was also balkanized by the same European countries. And so New York was New Amsterdam. Well, that was the hold of the Dutch. So it was named New Amsterdam. It's when the British took over, and that was during the time of Duke of York, that they changed the Amsterdam to York. And so you now have New York. So it's not only Africa that was Balkanized. America was equally Balkanized. And you know where the French took over? You know the other countries? States that were shared. And you know why we have Maryland, named after Queen Elizabeth, who was believed to be a virgin because she became a queen at the age of around 15 years. And so she took over Maryland and Virginia, which were then captured by Columbus. That area. And because they wanted that land to be separate from the other states, that is the only place you hear the two names. The founding father of America being Washington, and then the founder of the land being Columbus. And so you have what? Washington, D.C. Washington District of Columbus. So please, we should not allow this to keep us from forming the African family. Our constitutions empower Parliament to act as the bridge between traditional heritage and modern statutory law. When African parliaments legislate on the family, we fulfill a direct, legitimate constitutional command. In spite of this, we have in recent times witnessed a troubling narrative. Development assistance, trade agreements, natural resource agreements, and bilateral cooperation have been made contingent upon the adoption of legal and cultural paradigms alien to our social cultural fabric. I had a delegation from UK recently. When there was Roman Empire, they captured England. And those of you who have read literature, now they say, our time they were calling it English literature. Now they say literature in English. You have read Shakespeare's books. You have come across a lot about the expeditions of Rome to England and how they used to describe England at that time. So it's not only peculiar to Africa. Those infiltrations started as far back as that time to England. I want to emphasize this matter. People trying to make so many things contingent upon the adoption of legal and cultural paradigms alien to our social cultural fabric. I want to emphasize that conditioning aid on the alteration of domestic laws to the disadvantage of beneficial countries violates the principle of sovereign equality enshrined in the United Nations Charter. And mind you, we have the Mandin Charter, which established the Sundiata Kingdom, Sundiata Keita, of 1235. 1235, that was the constitution that started the empire that was inherited by Mansa Musa, the richest person that ever lived on earth. And that is supposed to be coming from a continent that is the poorest in the world. How? Contradictions in terms. The richest person that ever lived on earth from Africa. Even today, they refer to the richest person today in the world as who? Today, Elon Musk, and he's from Africa. Yet Africa is poor. Can that be true? Is Africa poor? It's Africans that are poor. Africa itself is rich and prosperous. So there are some things that are preventing Africans from enjoying their natural wealth that God so graciously gave to us. Let me assure everybody, we in Africa do not seek to dictate the internal legal frameworks of other continents. And we expect in turn the same respect for our sovereignty. Our laws must look like the people they are written to protect. Look at the beauty of the African colors. Look at the beauty of the African resources gathered here. Why should I be dressed in tropical Africa like somebody dressed in Finland? A part of Finland called Lapland. For 6 months in every year, they don't see sunlight. I am blessed on daily basis with sunlight. I have day and night. They will have about 6 months night and sometimes some months day. Why should we dress the same way? Christmas, you people celebrate some gentleman who goes around giving gifts. What's his name? Santa Claus. That is where Santa Claus comes from. That's why he's presented in that way, because of the cold weather. Please, we must reflect our identity, our uniqueness, who we are. So a law that does not resonate with the spirit, history, and moral conscience of the citizenry is a dead law. As African legislators, our loyalty must remain anchored to the mandates given to us by our electorates. There is the urgent need for us to redefine the African family structure in the 21st century. In trying to do so, we must avoid adopting an oversimplified or imported definition of the family. The Western concept of the nuclear family, isolated, individualistic, lonely, and strictly bounded, fails to capture the expansive, resilient, and self-sustaining genius of the African family. So over there they say, chop time, no friend. In Africa, it's a chop time that you show friendship. True or false? It's true. We are brought up to always reserve food for sudden visitors. Any woman that fails to do that, if the sudden visitor enters, you forfeit your food for the visitor. It's during chop time that you show friendship. Outside there, it's not the same. There's vast difference between our family units. In Africa, a family is an intergenerational web of mutual responsibility. Grandparents who carry our historical memory, aunts and uncles who share the burden of child care, and the community that rallies around the vulnerable are all known to us on a daily basis. It doesn't happen like that over there. This is not an archaic relic. It is our most successful indigenous social safety net. Family is the social security that cushioned our people through economic downturns, civic conflicts, and health crises when former state welfare systems were inadequate. And so, to quote one of our elders, he says, to protect the African family is to protect our primary economic engine, our first school of civic virtue, and our oldest institution of social security. That is the African family. Yet the family, as an institution, is on that severe structural strain. Economic vulnerability is disintegrating families faster than any external ideology. When parents are forced to migrate across borders or into overcrowded urban slums to survive, the family fractures. As educational deficit compounds it, and you know where we struggle these days, particularly the youth, all clamoring to leave our borders to find green pastures somewhere else. It compounds the problem. And this is because our systems alienate our youth from their roots. We are no longer creating an intergenerational chasm that tears or bounds families, but now a system that tears households apart from within. And an unregulated digital frontier passes through community filters, exposing our children to hyper-individualistic values before they can weigh them against their own. These days, age of how many months, the child is pushed into the factory of formal education. Parents are on their own ways. They hardly see the children. Schools are asked to mold them, but they are not well resourced. At the end of the day, the product becomes something else, not African. So if we wish to preserve the family, our interventions must move beyond rhetoric. We must recognize the family as a microeconomic stakeholder, creating tax incentives for households that care for elderly relatives and prioritizing national budget investment in affordable housing national investment in child nutrition, and so also in maternal health care. True protection requires a shift from moral posturing to material empowerment. We find this synthesis captured in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. And I want to refer you to Article 18 of the Charter, which states, and I quote, "The family shall be the natural unit and basis of society. It shall be protected by the state, who shall take care of its physical health and moral being. The state shall have the duty to assist the family, which is the custodian of morals and traditional values recognized by the community." The Charter does not treat rights and values as opposing forces. No, not the African Charter. The African Charter places the family at the center of the rights framework. If there are no human beings, how can you have human rights? You want us to adopt a system that will prevent the creation of human beings. And you say, when we are against it, you say we are violating human rights. Therefore, our language and legislation must reflect the highest standards of statesmanship and human compassion. Defending African family values must never be used as a pretext for state-sanctioned violence, oppression, or the denial of basic human security to any citizen. The true strength of African culture does not lie in exclusion or brutality. It lies in our capacity for restoration, community care, and deep hospitality, what we in Ghana proudly call, I'm not going to speak other tongues I'm not very good at. So forgive me if I murder your language. Obake. You see, the first step has landed me in trouble. But I know this one, Akwaba. I also know Wezo. And I know Marhaba. My language, we say Yewayan. All legislative frameworks must firmly protect the most vulnerable within the family ecosystem. We must pass laws that combat domestic violence, eliminate harmful practices that dehumanize our girls and women, end child labor, and secure the economic rights of widows and orphans. A family structure that tolerates the exploration of its own members cannot claim to be a custodian of genuine African values. By purging these internal injustices, we strengthen our moral authority to resist external interference. And therefore, I proceed to call for a regional legislative synergy and Pan-African action. Your Excellencies, the challenges we face are transnational. Therefore, our response must be collective. No single African nation can safeguard its legislative sovereignty in isolation. When one country stands alone against unfair external pressures, it risks economic isolation. But when we stand together as a continent of 1.4 billion people, our voice becomes immutable. We must actively utilize our regional legislative bodies, including Pan-African Parliament, the ECOWAS Parliament, the East African Legislative Assembly, the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and others, to build a unified legal shield. In fact, before the end of this month, I'll be in Morocco, Marrakesh, to meet not just the North Africa, but the whole Middle East at another very important conference on these matters. So, my good friend from Morocco, here I come. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really important for us to adopt the Charter. The formal adoption of an African Family Values Charter at this conference will advance this vision. Harmonizing family protection codes establishes a continental standard that prevents, and I quote, forum shopping, and resists external legal pressures, anchoring our societal structures in African realities. Again, through this collaborative Pan-African action, we ensure that our national sovereignties are structurally reinforced by an indigenous charter written by Africans for Africa. We need to further anchor the implementation of the Charter with the African Union's Agenda 2063, specifically Aspiration 5, which envisions an Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, shared values, and ethics. I'm sure if you have a meeting with some of our founding fathers, particularly recently, His Excellency Yoweri Museveni, he can give you the background of almost every tribe in Africa, where we started, how we moved, and where we are today. He has all that, and I have the benefit of sitting with him and going through it. He's written so many books, some he donated to me, and I've been reading them. It is very, very important for us to know that we have a common identity. We have a common heritage. We have shared values and our ethics. They are very different from any other continent. And this is the most valuable assets to Africa. Luckily, we have the Agenda 2063. By anchoring implementation initiatives of Agenda 2063, our defense of family values becomes inextricably linked to our broader goals of integration, industrialization, and sustainable development. At this juncture, I pay a profound tribute to the visionary founding nations of this movement. There are many, but they are led by 9, especially Uganda. Uganda, your early commitment laid the foundations on which this continental coalition stands today. In particular, we owe an immense debt of gratitude to the parliament and the people of Uganda. For 3 consecutive periods, as we've been told, Uganda kept the touch of this assignment aglow by serving as the dedicated host of this conference. In Ghana, you know about Women Aglo. Now we are having Uganda Aglo. Your unwavering institutional resilience and hospitality provided the vital sanctuary in which our shared ideals were protected, nurtured, and sustained during those foundational years. Africa thanks you for your steadfast leadership. In conclusion, it's important I emphasize the vision of a prosperous, self-determined African continent. Your Excellencies, Right Honorable Speakers, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we stand, as we've been told earlier, at a critical crossroads. Choices we make in our parliaments over the next few years will determine whether Africa enters the mid-21st century as a culturally distinct, self-determined global power, or as a fragmented continent that has battered its soul for superficial economic validation. This must ring a bell in the minds of all of us. And I want to plead with all of you to let us reject the false premises that modernization requires the erasure of our cultural identity. We can, and we have done it before. For the onslaught, we had the Benin Empire, modernized empire, well built with streets, with water systems, beautiful cities. They came and bulldozed everything down flat to the ground. We've done it before. We can do it again. We can build advanced technological economies and participate at the highest levels of global finance while remaining profoundly African. We do not need to become a carbon copy of any civilizations to be civilized. If for anything at all, we see the Chinese with us here. Which economy is now more powerful than that of China? They lost their identity. Others were mentioned to you by our beloved and revered Archbishop. Yet, they are poor because of poverty of mind. Please, when you return to your respective capitals, let the resolutions we adopt here not gather dust in the archives of our secretariats. Don't forget that these days we have not built a reading culture in our children as our fathers did. Let them be translated into active bills, robust budgetary allocations, and rigorous oversight. Go home and tell your people that their representatives have resolved to protect the sanctuaries of their homes, the heritage of their ancestors, and the sovereignty of their nations. Let us march forward with courage, with intellectual clarity, and with unyielding faith in the genius of our people. And with this, I say, May God bless the African family, and may God bless our glorious continent. And on this note, I declare the 4th African Inter-Parliamentary Conference on Family, Sovereignty, and Values duly launched. I thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The Chair of the Conference of Speakers and Presidents of African Legislatures, for the very inspiring and compelling call for coordinated Pan-African action, and for that matter, the adoption of the African Charter on Family, Sovereignty, and Values. Now, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for the Right Honorable Speaker. And now the tone is set for the official opening of the conference. And shortly before the Chief of Staff would do so, on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic, ladies and gentlemen, let us enjoy a short musical performance by the official choir of Parliament, Voices of Democracy. Voices of Democracy for that splendid rendition of very patriotic songs. And the very first song that was performed, the meaning is calling for collective action for the prosperity and the well-being of the continent and nations rests on our collective action and collective efforts. At this point, now to the climax of the opening ceremony of the 4th African Inter-Parliamentary Conference on Family, Sovereignty, and Values. To do us the honors to do the official opening of the ceremony, on behalf of His Excellency, the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, one of the most respected presidents in this continent and beyond, it is my distinct honor and privilege to introduce to you the Chief of Staff of the Republic, and he is in the person of Dr. Julius Debra, and himself, a distinguished Ghanaian statesman, administrator, politician, and accomplished entrepreneur whose career has spanned decades of public service, entrepreneurship, and national leadership. From his humble beginnings in Akrabo, Suhum, Krabo-Akotal in the eastern region to occupying some of the highest offices in Ghana's governance structure, his story reflects resilience, discipline, and a lifelong commitment to national development. Rising through the ranks of party organization, public administration, and executive governance, he has become a respected figure in both political, business, and development circles. The Honorable Dr. Julius Debra was raised in a modest environment and yet inspired to rise to the global stage, having transacted businesses across many countries, many continents, even from the age of 29. The Honorable Dr. Debra, highly educated, has earned his credentials from archaeology and sociology and all the way to the doctorate degree in politics. The Honorable Dr. Julius Debra entered politics out of a strong desire to serve and contribute to national development. He began his political journey within the National Democratic Congress as a parliamentary candidate for Suhum and had further risen to many notable capacities within the party and the nation. Now to public service and government service. Due to the competence and dedication of Dr. Julius Debra, it earned him several key appointments in government. In 2009, he was appointed Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Tourism Board, where he played a pivotal role in reforms that led to the transformation into the Ghana Tourism Authority. In 2013, he was appointed Eastern Regional Minister and reassigned as Greater Accra Regional Minister, and in 2015, he returned to serve once again as Eastern Regional Minister. And later in 2015, he was appointed the Minister for Local Government and Rural Development, where key among his initiatives was the National Sanitation Day, a nationwide initiative which he instituted so brilliantly to promote cleanliness, environmental hygiene, community participation, and management. Ladies and gentlemen, he is one of the rare statesmen who had the distinguished opportunities of serving across 4 countries. Please, with a round of applause, make welcome the Chief of Staff of the Republic, the Honorable Dr. Julius Debra.
Thank you very much. I thought I was only supposed to read a speech for the President. Anyway, Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Ghana, Honorable Speakers of Sister African Parliament, distinguished members of Parliament and parliamentary delegates, members of our Council of State here present, our revered National House of Chief Members and Queens, our leaders of faith-based organizations here present, led by Archbishop Nicholas Duncan William, and Apostle General. I acknowledge all of you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege and honor to join you this morning on behalf of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who extends his warm greetings and best wishes to all delegates gathered for this important conference. There are certain places on our continent where history still speaks with unusual clarity. Ghana is one of those places. It was from this land that a call for African freedom echoed across the continent. It was here that President Kwame Nkrumah challenged Africa to believe in itself. It was here that a newly independent nation demonstrated that Africans were capable of governing themselves and determining their own destiny. And it was from here that the dream of a united, confident, and self-determining Africa gained renewed momentum. Today, the same spirit brings us together. We meet at a consequential moment for our continent. Across Africa, conversations about sovereignty, identity, governance, and development are taking on renewed urgency. At the center of many of these conversations lies a simple but profound question: how do we preserve what is uniquely African while building the prosperous future our people deserve? That is why this gathering matters. It matters because the future of Africa will not be shaped only by our economies, our infrastructure, or our technologies. It will also be shaped by the values we choose to uphold, the institutions we strengthen, and the confidence with which we define our own path going forward. And there could hardly be a more fitting place for this conversation than Ghana, the historic gateway to African liberation, where Dr. Kwame Nkrumah boldly proclaimed that the African is capable of managing his own affairs. That declaration was not simply political, it was fundamental. It was a statement of confidence in Africa's ability to govern itself, define itself, and cut its own destiny. Today, we gather in that same spirit. Before proceeding further, permit me on behalf of the President and the people of Ghana to express our sincere appreciation to His Excellency Yoweri Museveni, the President of Uganda, and the people of Uganda for the outstanding leadership they have demonstrated in nurturing this important continental initiative. Uganda's commitment to advancing conversations around African values, sovereignty, governance, and development has ensured that this conference continues to grow in relevance and impact. As Ghana assumes the honor of hosting this 4th edition, we do so with humility, responsibility, and a firm commitment to advancing the vision that has brought us here together. Distinguished delegates, the theme for this conference, Consolidating Parliamentary Consensus, Advancing the African Charter on Family Values and Sovereignty, invites us to reflect on two concepts that lie at the heart of Africa's future. That's the family and sovereignty. Both are fundamental and very important. The family remains the primary building block of our societies. It is where values are transmitted, where identity is formed, and where communities find resilience during difficult times. Across Africa, families continue to perform social and economic functions that in many parts of the world have long been transferred entirely to the state. At the same time, sovereignty remains the bedrock upon which nations build their future. It is the right of a people to determine their own priorities, shape their own institutions, and organize their own societies in ways that reflect their history, culture, and aspirations. For this reason, the work before you carries profound significance. Across our continent, parliaments remain amongst the most important guardians of democratic legitimacy. Government may propose policy, but it is through parliament that national aspirations are debated, refined, and transformed into enduring laws.
The decisions taken by legislators often outlive administrations and shape the trajectory of nations for generations yet unborn. Your task, therefore, extends beyond the drafting of a charter. It is to build consensus around principles that can strengthen our societies whilst preserving the values that have sustained our communities through centuries of change. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, true sovereignty cannot exist only in constitutional texts or political declaration. It must be expressed in practical outcomes. A sovereign nation must be capable of feeding its people, educating its children, protecting its vulnerable, creating opportunities for its youth, and financing its own development priorities. Across Africa, our citizens do not judge sovereignty by the speeches we make. They judge it by whether the lights stay on, whether jobs are available, whether schools educate, whether hospitals heal, and whether government keeps their promises. The ultimate expression of sovereignty is the capacity of a nation to solve the problems of its people. That is why discussions about cultural sovereignty must be accompanied by discussions about economic sovereignty. We must build economies capable of supporting the social systems we seek to protect. We must strengthen domestic production, support African enterprises, expand regional trade, and create pathways to prosperity that are anchored in our own priorities and realities. Dependency, in whatever form it appears, ultimately weakens sovereignty. Distinguished delegates, as we discuss family values, we must also acknowledge the ideological and cultural debates taking place across the world today. Africa does not fear engagement with the world. We welcome dialogue, exchange, and cooperation, but engagement must never come at the expense of our right to define our own social and cultural norms. Many Africans continue to hold deeply rooted beliefs regarding marriage, family formation, parenthood, and community life. These beliefs are products of centuries of life lived, experience, cultural evolution, and spiritual convictions. Our responsibility is not to dictate how others should live. It is to ensure that our own laws, educational systems, and public institutions remain reflective of the values and aspirations of our societies. We preserve those values through strong families, responsible leadership, and institutions that reinforce social cohesion and national identity. Honorable delegates, allow me to anchor these principles within the Ghanaian experience. Our social fabric has been shaped by generations of communal living, mutual responsibility, and respect for traditional authority. The National House of Chiefs, Queen Mothers, faith leaders, and community elders continue to play an indispensable role in preserving social stability and transmitting values across generations. Their contributions remain vital in an era of rapid social and technological change. Preserving culture requires more than rhetoric. It requires policy to back it up. It means supporting indigenous languages, investing in our creative industries, empowering traditional institutions, and ensuring that the next generation grows up with a strong sense of identity and belonging. Cultural confidence must be cultivated intentionally. Ladies and gentlemen, we must also confront the economic pressure facing African families today. Rapid urbanization, changing labor markets, and rising living costs have placed enormous strain on households across our continent. Family-centered policies must therefore become a priority for governments. This means strengthening social protection programs for vulnerable households. It means supporting maternal and child health. It means expanding opportunities for decent work. And it means pursuing economic strategies that allows families to thrive together rather than forcing separation through hardship and migration. Strong families are built not only on values, but also on opportunity. Honorable members, aspirations alone do not transform societies. Progress requires discipline, consensus, and the courage to follow through on commitment. That same principle applies to work before this conference. The success of the African Charter will ultimately depend not only on what is written, but on how effectively its principles are translated into practical action within our respective countries. The true test of leadership is implementation. Distinguished delegates, we cannot discuss the future of African family without speaking directly about the African youth. Our young people are growing up in a world where information moves instantly across borders and where competing ideas are only a click away. The answer is not isolation. The answer is confidence. The greatest threat to African values is not technological nor globalization. It is hopelessness. A young person who sees opportunity in their own country becomes a stakeholder in the future of his country. A young person who sees no future becomes vulnerable to every form of disillusionment. Our ultimate defense of African values lies in our ability to provide quality education, create dignified jobs, expand economic opportunities, and ensure that every young African can see a future worth believing in. When young people believe in their future, they become the strongest custodians of their society's value. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude with a message to our friends and partners around the world. Africa remains committed to international cooperation, mutual respect, and constructive engagement. We value partnership that advance development, peace, and prosperity. But we also affirm a simple principle: Africa must retain the right to shape its own future. Just as we respect the sovereign choices of others, we expect our own choices to be respected. The strength of the global community lies not in uniformity, but in mutual respect among diverse people and cultures. Distinguished delegates, history will not judge us by the resolutions we pass alone. It will judge us by whether we had the courage to preserve what is valuable, the wisdom to reform what must change, and the confidence to define Africa's future on Africa's own terms. Our continent does not lack talent. It does not lack resources. It does not lack conviction. What Africa requires is sustained leadership, stronger institutions, and shared determination to build societies that reflect the aspirations of our people. Let this conference strengthen our resolve to protect our families, deepen our sovereignty, and expand opportunities for the next generation of Africans. Let us leave Accra with a renewed commitment to build an Africa that is rooted in its value, secure in its identity, confident in its institutions, and master of its own destiny. On behalf of His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama and the people of Ghana, I wish you fruitful deliberations and a successful conference. And while your work here will be demanding, I encourage you to take a moment to experience the warmth, hospitality, and vibrant spirit of our country. Akwaba, Obake, Miawezolo. Thank you. The future of Africa will not be written for us. It will be written by us. May God bless our nations. May God bless Africa. May God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
A round of applause for the Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana, the Honorable Dr. Julius Deborah, for the very bold statement. With a sad determination, let us define Africa's future on Africa's own terms. Another round of applause for the Chief of Staff. At this juncture, very important, we're going to take a rendition of the conference anthem, and you shall find the lyrics of the conference anthem on the last page of the brochures available to us. Let us invite the only official parliamentary choir, the Voices of Democracy, as we take the anthem. Oh, Esther Addo. Let us receive with a round of applause Esther Addo as she leads us to take the conference anthem. Please, with a round of applause. Let us all humbly rise as we take the conference anthem.
The Right Honorable Speaker, delegates of the Parliament of Africa, this anthem is dedicated to the fourth conference by the host speaker, the Speaker of Ghana's Parliament, the Right Honorable Alban Bagbin. He hopes that every one of us embraces this anthem and own it. Thank you. Africa, arise with strength and grace, united as one in every place, guarding the values our fathers gave, building a future strong and brave. From every nation, near and far, we gather beneath one shining star, with wisdom, courage, faith and mind, we stand for truth and what's right. Oh, Africa, united we stand, protecting the future of our land. Together, one voice, one hope, one destiny, Africa's the future. Oh, Africa, united we stand, protecting the future of our land. Together, one voice, one hope, one destiny, Africa's the future. Oh, Africa, united we stand, protecting the future of our land. Together, one voice, one hope, one destiny, Africa's the future. Through every culture, tribe and tongue, a sacred song shall still be sung. The strength of home, the bond of love, the wisdom of our Father's guide, hope of youth, works by side, keeping Africa's future right. Through faith and unity, we protect our identity. Oh, Africa, united we stand, protecting the future of our land. Together, one voice, one hope, one destiny, Africa's the future. Oh, Africa, united we stand, protecting the future of our land. Together, one voice, one hope, one destiny, Africa's the future.
Thank you very much, Esther Addo, for the beautiful rendition of the conference anthem. Now, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let us humbly resume our seats. Indeed, O Africa, united we stand, protecting the future of our land. Together, one voice, one hope, one destiny, Africa is the future. At this point, would like to acknowledge every delegate from across the continent and to acknowledge the presence of the representative, the chairman of the Council of State, himself a member of the Council of State, Excellency Cletus Aboka, and all members of the Council of State. We acknowledge the presence of the Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, Her Excellency Iman Adil, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Morocco to Ghana, and all members of the Diplomatic Corps present. Two announcements. All too soon, we're coming to the end of the opening ceremony. We have very impactful sessions to follow after this opening ceremony. And so right from here, we shall proceed for photography and the ceremonial entrance of the Parliament. And proceeding from the ceremonial entrance after the photography, led by the Right Honourable Speaker of Parliament, Right Honourable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbane, and joined by the Honourable Chief of Staff, His Eminence, the Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, Council of State, members of the Diplomatic Corps, and all visiting Speakers of Parliament and Senate Presidents, we shall proceed to the forecourts of the Speakers' Block for the opening of exhibition. And while at it, lunch and refreshments are provided for all delegates at the foyer of this premises, and we do so comfortably right beneath this level, and we do so comfortably to return in time by 2:45 respectfully to continue the next sessions. We thank you very much. Yadase. Akbenami, merci beaucoup. Now before the anthem, we want to close with a prayer. And to lead us in the closing prayer, it is my honor to invite my respected colleague and friend, the Member of Parliament for Daboya Mankarigu, the Honorable Shaibu Mohammed, to lead us through prayer at the stage. Thank you very much.
May we so respectfully be upstanding. Right Honorable Speaker, may I crave your indulgence to stand on existing protocols to do this closing prayer. I stand in the big shoes of the National Chief Imam, who unavoidably cannot be present here to do these honors. While at it, he has asked that as we deliberate into the following sessions, we should be mindful of the content of Chapter 18 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. He's also asked that as we deliberate, we pay attention to the core tenets of the draft African Charter on family, sovereignty, and values. And these core tenets are family and cultural identity, national and cultural sovereignty, healthcare and education, and importantly, oversight. May we now, on this note, say the opening prayer of the Holy Quran, and those who can say it, will do that together. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So as we close, we do acknowledge the presence of the Chairman of the Christian Council of Ghana, Reverend Nina Thompson, and the Apostle General of the Royal House Chapel International, Apostle General Sam Kranche Ankara, and the former General Secretary of the Christian Council, Reverend Dr. Opuni Frimpong, and all eminent clergy duly present. Distinguished guests, we shall remain standing as dignitaries, led by the Speaker of Parliament and the Chair of the Conference on the Presidents and Speakers of African Parliaments, Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagmain, leads the recession.
Joy, like a river, like a river, joy like a river in my soul. Joy, like a river, like a river, joy like a river in my soul. Joy like a river, like a river, like a river, joy like a river in my soul. Joy in my soul, joy like a river. Joy like a river. Joy,
With these thoughts, few principles. Number one principles, righteousness, doing things the right way. Love for country. President Kufuor said the other day that the problem of Africa is not corruption, but the problem of Africa is the love of country, is the lack of love for country. For you don't take advantage and destroy what you love. And therefore, if we will begin to love country, our people and citizens, like never before, Africa will rise to its potential and make all the difference we can make. President Mandela said the other day, it sounds impossible until it is done. Then he said, and I quote, the other day, it is never too late to do the right thing. I believe that it is never too late for these Africa. There is no reason why our continent cannot achieve its goals. We are the most richest continent in minerals all across the nations of the world. But nations don't become great or mighty through military strength or power, through its gold, diamonds, oil, or mineral resources, but they become strong, prosperous by fulfilling and following deliberately the principles of doing right by country and by citizens. Righteousness, doing things the right way. Vision, having clarity, a sense of direction. Sovereign nations must know who they are, and where they are going. And it is vision that tells sovereign nations who we are, where we are going, and what we want to achieve as a people, a civilization, or a nation. Love for country is required. It's a necessary ingredient that irrespective of our resources, our gold, our oil, and our minerals, if we fail to love country, we will achieve nothing. Visionary leadership, leaders who have a dream and a vision, like Dr. Kwame Nkrumah said in his days, that the independence and freedom of the nation of Ghana is meaningless until it is connected to the total freedom of the continent of Africa. Our independence will be meaningless. It stands to reason, as it is said, that together we are better than when we are divided. If we as a people today, in our deliberations, we realize our need of one another, that together we are better than when we are alone. And everything that divides us is an enemy to our progress. Anything that sets us apart from each other No one nation political party's manifesto can develop and prosper a nation. As much as manifestos of political parties are good, the enemy of better is good. And we need to go past good to the place of having what is better for the good of our society, our people, our community, and generations that are yet unborn. In conclusion, I say that I have a dream. I have a dream that in my lifetime, Africa will be so developed by principles that works for us, not by principles that works for others, but by principles that works for us as we look at our culture and as individual sovereign countries, that no son and no daughter of the continent of Africa will queue for visas to go to any other nations for greener pastures. But our sons and our daughters will work and labor in our own land and our countries and achieve their dreams and goals, fulfill their desires and destiny, succeed and prosper within their own countries and their own borders, and not go to any other country to seek greener pastures. I have a dream that our young men and women will not be scattered across the nations of our world, but Africa will rise to the occasion to fulfill its God-given destiny and mandate. This is a dream I look forward to see, praying for Mr. Speaker, all the speakers of the various parliaments that have gathered here, and the honorable members of the different parliaments, that you will be empowered with divine capabilities and the inspiration to fulfill the dream, the goals, the desires of the citizens for which you were given the mandate to sit in this august office of parliament. Shall we pray? Shall we stand? Our Heavenly Father, in conclusion, we pray that everything that is said and done here will fulfill purpose and destiny for all the citizens of the various communities we all represent as members of this great house. Let history be made, and decades from today, let the changes that will take place here and will be effected in all the continents of Africa be on record, that once upon a time we did gather here in the nation of Ghana. The deliberations, choices, and decisions that were taken and executed was part of the reason for the great changes we see all across the continent. May God bless Africa. May Africa thrive and flourish. And may we see the dreams and the desires and the expectation of the youth and of generations to come fulfilled in our lifetime. This we pray and ask for with thanksgiving. Amen.
Indeed, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, after many years of emceeing programs, today indeed I have a reason to say, shall we give the pastor a round of applause instead of an amen? He is not called the Papa and celebrated for the immense leadership and mentorship that he makes in the impact of many in Ghana for nothing. He is indeed the founder of the Christian Action Faith Ministries, a renowned spiritual leader in the globe, and a voice that has inspired many nations. Please indulge me. Let's give our Papa another round of applause. My name is Al-Hassan Suhini, and it is my pleasure now to invite the second Deputy Speaker of Ghana's Parliament. He is serving as second Deputy Speaker the second time. The first time he was an independent member of Parliament for the Fomina constituency. Now he is a member of the opposition, but serving as Deputy Speaker of Ghana's Parliament. He's a lawyer and a very, very good friend to all his colleagues and people in politics in general. My pleasure now, ladies and gentlemen, to invite Honorable Andrew Asiama Amwako. Please, a round of applause for him.
The right honorable speakers and deputy speakers of parliament, honorable chief of staff at the office of the president, representative of the Council of State, honorable members of parliament, distinguished representatives of African legislatures, traditional and religious leaders, ladies and gentlemen, it is with profound pride and deep respect that I welcome you all to Accra for the 4th Africa Inter-Parliamentary Conference on Family, Sovereignty and Values. On behalf of the Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Babin, Speaker of Parliament of Ghana, the Planning Committee, and the Ghanaian people, I extend our warmest hospitality to all delegates and esteemed guests gathered for this all-important continental summit. To our brothers and sisters who have traveled from across Africa and beyond, we say Akwaba. Welcome to Ghana, the physical and symbolic center of the world, where the Greenwich Meridian meets the equator. From this unique crossroads, we proudly host you for a defining conversation that speaks directly to the hearts of our shared identity, enduring values, and collective sovereignty. On behalf of the Right Honorable Speaker and the organizing committee, I sincerely apologize for the rescheduling of the 4th Africa Inter-Parliamentary Conference on Family, Sovereignty and Values, which was originally communicated to you to have taken place from 27th to 30th May 2026 to the current date, which is from today to 6th June 2026, due to the observance of the Eddie Ada. We also apologize for the technical challenges encountered with the conference website, which necessitated the temporary suspension of online registration to ensure a smooth registration process. The committee regrets any inconvenience caused and appreciates your understanding, patience, and cooperation. The theme for this year's conference, and I quote, consolidating parliamentary consensus, advancing the African Charter on Family, Sovereignty and Values, unquote, captures the urgency and gravity of our shared mission. It serves as a clarion call that the time has come to transition from discussion to consolidation, from shared concern to unified commitment, and from broad principles to concrete Africa framework capable of guiding policy and legislation. We are not beginning this journey today. Rather, we are building upon a formidable foundation laid over the past 3 years. The inaugural conference, held in Entebbe, Uganda in 2023, focused on protecting African culture and family values. The second edition, also hosted by Uganda in 2024, deepened inter-parliamentary collaboration on these vital issues. The third conference, which was again hosted by Uganda in 2025, advanced our efforts under the theme, and I quote, towards an African charter and family values and sovereignty, unquote. Those rich deliberations culminated in a draft charter, provided a robust intellectual, cultural, and legislative baseline for coordinated African response to the emerging pressures on our family systems and national integrity. Today, Ghana is profoundly honored to receive the baton. We gather in Accra not to repeat what has already been established, but to refine, validate, and elevate the work. This fourth conference will consolidate crucial inputs from national parliaments, civil society, faith-based organizations, think tanks, and traditional authorities as Africa takes a decisive steps towards adopting a charter that genuinely reflects our shared responsibilities. Distinguished guests, the family remains the primary institution in our society. Before the school is built, there is the home. Before the state emerges, the family exists. Before formal laws are written, foundational values are instilled through care, discipline, respect, responsibility, and community. When the family is resilient, society thrives. When the family is weakened, the fractures are felt across our educational systems, governance, public morality, social stability, and national development. This is precisely why our deliberations are so urgent. Africa is evolving at an unprecedented pace. Technology, migration, economic pressures, global policy debates, and digital platforms are fundamentally reshaping how young people perceive themselves, their families, and their societies. We cannot pretend these sweeping changes do not exist, and their societies. However, we must absolutely not allow Africa's future to be dictated without Africa's defined voice. As our founding president, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah reminded us, and I quote, "It is clear that we must find an African solution to our problems, and that this can only be found in African unity," unquote. That statement speaks directly to the animating spirit of this conference. The complex issues before us cannot be resolved by a single nation. They demand steadfast cooperation among parliaments, governments, traditional leaders, faith communities, educators, and civil society. Furthermore, the former president and revered statesman of Tanzania, His Excellency Julius Nyerere, delivered a timeless charge at Ghana's 40th independence anniversary in March 1997. He declared, and I quote, "My plea to the new generation of African leaders and African people, work for unity with the firm conviction that without unity, there is no future for Africa," unquote. As he further observed, on that historic occasion, unity makes it profoundly difficult for Africa and African people to be disregarded or humiliated. These timeless words remind us that sovereignty extends beyond territorial borders. It encompasses the unyielding right of the people to define their own values, protect their indigenous institutions, and participate in global affairs with unwavering dignity. Honorable members, as parliamentarians, we bear a sacred responsibility. Parliament is the crucible where voice of the people is transformed into the law of the land. It is where national values are debated, safeguarded, and renewed. If the family is the bedrock of society, our legislation must fortify that foundation. If culture carries the soul and memory of people, our policies must never be blind to the culture. If sovereignty is to be meaningful, African nations must deliberate freely and act confidently in defense of their societies. This conference, therefore, challenges us to think deeply and act responsibly. Our agenda features robust discussions on African family systems, cultural preservation, value-based education, youth development, marriage, technology, artificial intelligence, digital governance, and the strategic enforcement of the proposed charter. These are not isolated topics. They are inextricably linked to Africa's very survival and prosperity. To the students and young people present, I say this with absolute conviction. You are not mere spectators in this dialogue. You are central to it. Nelson Mandela once said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." Yet true education must do more than issuing certificates. It must forge character, courage, wisdom, innovation, and a spirit of service. Africa needs young people who are globally competent, yet fiercely culturally grounded. We need students who can master science, technology, entrepreneurship, and governance, whilst remaining firmly anchored in dignity, discipline, and service to their communities. The future will not be built by those who merely inherit values, but by those who understand, live, and leverage them to elevate society. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let this Accra conference be remembered as a gathering of profound purpose. Let it be the definitive moment when Africa moves closer to giving institutional expression to its sovereign aspirations. Let it be remembered not merely for the eloquence of the speeches, but for the consensus built, the partnership strengthened, and the commitment forged. I commend the visionary founding members of this initiative, our esteemed colleagues from Uganda, who hosted the first 3 editions, all participating parliaments, and every partner who has contributed to this journey. I also express my deepest appreciation to the planning committee, our technical teams, protocol officers, and everyone who has worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this historic summit possible. As chairperson of the planning committee, I formally invite all participants to engage actively, speak frankly, listen respectfully, and work constructively. May our deliberations be thoughtful. May our decisions be collegious. May our unity be permanently strengthened. And may this conference advance an African charter that protects our family, defends our sovereignty, and inspires generation yet unborn. Once again, I welcome you warmly to Accra. I thank you for your attention.
Shall we give the second Deputy Speaker of Parliament of Ghana and Chair of the Planning Committee, Honorable Andrew Samuako Esiama, another round of applause, please. It is time to take solidarity messages. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have a number lined up. I therefore will wish to at this point invite the Speaker of the Parliament of Morocco, Honorable Mohamed Gat, to share a solidarity message with us. Please, let's keep it going whilst he takes the podium. Thank you very much.
Excellences, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée du Ghana et chers amis, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les Présidents, honorables parlementaires et chers collègues, permettez-moi tout d'abord d'exprimer ma profonde gratitude aux autorités de la République du Ghana, ainsi qu'aux organisateurs de cet important sommet, pour leur accueil chaleureux et les conditions remarquables offertes à la réussite de nos travaux. Nous nous réunissons aujourd'hui à Accra autour d'un sujet qui touche au cœur même de nos sociétés et de notre avenir collectif. Au-delà de la diversité de nos langues, de nos cultures, de nos traditions et de nos systèmes juridiques, une certitude nous rassemble, c'est la famille. Et oui, la famille demeure le premier espace de transmission des valeurs, le fondement de la solidarité sociale et le socle, comme a dit mon collègue, de la stabilité de nos nations. À travers elle, se transmettent l'identité, la responsabilité, le respect, l'éducation et le sentiment d'appartenance à une communauté.
To a community with a destiny. We are facing a quick change. Protecting the family will not be a thing of the past.
Il constitue au contraire un enjeu.
It rather constitutes a stake for the future. We cannot talk about sustainable development without social cohesion. We cannot talk about political stability without balance. Or we cannot have economic development without really mobilizing our human capital. Africa is at a crossroad, a decisive moment in history. The continent, it's true that we have a high demographic, but we also face a good urbanization. But we have a more and more affirmed development. These are immense opportunities we can tap in. However, it comes with a collective responsibility.
Celle de préserver nos repères,
that of preserving,
de protéger nos valeurs et de renforcer
and protecting our values, strengthening our institution, and that actually makes sure that our society remain cohesive. And of course, the main institution to do that is the family.
Aujourd'hui,
The
n'est
challenge
pas
today
de choisir entre
is not to
modernité
choose
et
between
identité.
modernization and identity.
Le véritable défi
The
consiste
main
à
challenge
construire
is
une modernité africaine
to
fidèle
establish an
à nos
African
réalités, à notre
modernization
héritage.
that
Une
reflects
modernité
our
qui nous
heritage.
ressemble.
Modernization that looks
C'est
like
dans cette
us.
recherche permanente d'équilibre
So it is in this constant search for equilibrium of balance
l'expérience du
that
royaume du Maroc.
we have
Maroc
to
aujourd'hui
share with you
a
the
engagé
experience of the
d'importantes
Kingdom of Morocco.
réformes
The Kingdom of
visant à
Morocco today
renforcer la
has
protection
actually
sociale,
set
promouvoir l'égalité des
up a
chances
lot of reform to promote
soutenir
family cohesion and also
l'institution
to
familiale
sustain
dans
the
le
family
strict
institution
respect des
within
constantes nationales
a
et
strict
aussi
respect
de
of
ses engagements internationaux.
international
La réforme
engagement.
du code de la famille, il faut le reconnaître,
The reform
difficile,
of the family code,
très difficile.
I must acknowledge it, is challenging,
Mais
very
illustre
challenging.
cette volonté constante
But this only shows
d'adapter
the
notre
constant
cadre
will
juridique
to
aux
adapt our
évolutions
legal
de la
framework
société,
to
tout en
the
préservant
evolving
les
within
fondements
society
qui garantissent
while
sa
preserving
cohésion et
the
sa stabilité.
foundations and guaranteeing
collègues,
its cohesion. Dear colleagues,
La charte africaine des valeurs familiales et de la
African
souveraineté
Charter on
représente
family
bien
values and
plus
sovereignty is much
qu'un
more
document
than
de référence.
a reference
Elle
document.
traduit l'ambition d'une
It
Afrique
translates the ambition
qui
of
réfléchit
an
par elle-même,
Africa that
qui
thinks
affirme ses choix
by itself,
et qui construit ses
affirms
réponses
its
à
choices,
partir
and
de
also
ses propres réalités.
provides its own solution to its reality.
Notre responsabilité en tant que parlementaires,
Our
et
responsibility
d'accompagner
as
cette ambition.
parliamentarian is to help
Nous avons le devoir
that ambition to see the
de
day of light,
transformer les principes
It is our duty
en politique publique,
to
comme a dit
translate
mes collègues.
this principle into political
Les
pillars, just
engagements
as
que
my
nous
colleague
allons
said.
tenir aujourd'hui en
The
réforme
commitment
concrète
that we have today
et les
will have to
aspirations
speak
de nos peuples
to
en
concrete reform
résultats tangibles.
and also
C'est un
give
devoir
us tangible
et une
results.
responsabilité.
This is a task and a responsibility at the same time.
L'Afrique n'est pas un simple espace d'application.
Africa
de
is
modèles
not just a place where we have to
Rien
apply
ne doit être
systems that were
L'Afrique
taught
est un
elsewhere.
continent porteur
No, Africa
d'une histoire,
is a
d'une vision,
continent that
d'une
bears a
contribution
history,
singulière
that has a vision, that has a
au
singular
débat
contribution
mondial.
to
Et on
the
doit en être
world
fier.
debate, and we should be proud of that.
Notre responsabilité collective
Our collective
est de faire
responsibility
entendre cette voix
is
avec
to make
confiance,
sure that that voice is
sérénité et
heard
aussi avec
through
responsabilité.
serenity and also through our shared
C'est
responsibility.
dans cet esprit que le
So
royaume
it
du
is
Maroc
within this spirit
réaffirme aujourd'hui
that the Kingdom of
devant
Morocco
vous son engagement
hereby reaffirms
constant
its
en
commitment,
faveur d'une
constant
Afrique
commitment
forte,
towards
souveraine,
a
solidaire et
strong,
maîtresse
sovereign
de son
Africa
destin. Chers collègues,
that holds its own
l'Afrique
destiny
n'a pas
in its hand.
vocation à choisir entre la modernité
Dear colleague,
et
as I
son
said, Africa does not have to choose between its identity
L'Afrique a
and
vocation
modernization.
à démontrer au monde
Africa
que les deux
must show
peuvent
the
avancer
world that both can go together,
et on en est capable.
and we are capable of doing that.
Chers collègues,
Dear
Excellences,
colleagues,
je
Excellencies,
forme le vœu que nos travaux à Accra contribuent
I hope that
à
our
renforcer notre coopération
deliberations in Accra
parlementaire
will
et à
contribute to
faire
strengthen
émerger
our parliamentary
une
collaboration
vision
and also
africaine
bring us
partagée.
to
Ensemble,
give life to a
faisons de
shared
cette
vision,
charte
shared African
un
vision.
instrument
Together,
d'unité,
let's make
de
this
confiance
charter
et
an
d'espérance
instrument of unity,
les générations
trust
africaines présentes
for the
et futures.
present African
Et
generation,
j'espère
and the future
que la
ones.
conférence
And I hope that
d'Accra
the
sera
Accra
une
conference
conférence décisionnelle. Je vous
remains
remercie.
a decisional one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's give it up one more time for the Speaker of the Parliament of Morocco, Honorable Mohamed Giat, passionately calling upon all of us to adopt this charter and to make the African dream a reality. I know many Ghanaian adults like myself in times like this regret skipping our French classes when we were in school. But merci beaucoup, nonetheless. We move on now to the Kingdom of Eswatini. to take a solidarity message from Honorable Lindiwe Gwebu Dlamini, who is the President of the Senate of the Kingdom of Eswatini. Please, a round of applause for her.
The representative of His Excellency, the Right Honorable President of the Republic of Ghana, the Right Honorable Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana, the Honorable Alban Bagbin, Honorable founding members of the African Inter-Parliamentary Conference, the conference chairperson, honorable members of parliament from all nations represented in this august conference, representatives of partner organizations and friends to the African family, religious leaders, allow me to acknowledge His Eminence, the Archbishop Duncan Williams. I bring warm greetings and solidarity from His Majesty King Mswati III, the government of Eswatini and the parliament, including the people of the Kingdom of Eswatini. On behalf of my delegation, I'd like to extend our appreciation for the warm hospitality we've received since our arrival to this vibrant city where modern energy meets a rich culture. We thank the Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Allow me to specifically thank His Excellency, the President, because without his blessing, we would not have been able to convene in this manner. I therefore thank the organizing team that has put this conference together. Please permit me to also honor His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, who has successfully hosted this conference for the past 3 years. This work has been started on a foundation of unity, true equality and respect across our nations, bolstered by the core values we share, enriched by our diverse cultural identities. This is what we stand for as Africans. It is wonderful that this conference is happening shortly after the continental commemoration of Africa Month, while the hearts and minds of many on the African continent are still reflecting on what sets us apart as Africans. I extend our deepest gratitude to the OACPS, EU Joint Parliamentary Assembly, for the confidence placed in the Kingdom of Eswatini to host this conference. I also want to thank all parliaments that sent their members to come to the kingdom. Africa must never forget that our continent is truly favored by God. Africa is rich in natural resources, holding over 30% of the world's known mineral reserves, along with major deposits of oil, natural gas, and 60% of the world's uncultivated arable land. The United Nations Environmental Programme acknowledges that the continent is critical to global modern technology, holding 50% of the world's cobalt needed for EV batteries and 40% of its gold. It has also the largest reserves of diamond and uranium, yet Africans remain economically disadvantaged due to exploitative contracts, foreign control, and lack of value addition. We recognize that we live in a global community and international cooperation is critical. However, this must not be at the expense of our sovereignty. Dignity and development priorities should also be considered. To protect our God-given heritage, we must stand in solidarity as African leaders and nations. My own country, the Kingdom of Eswatini, under the wise leadership of His Majesty King Mswati III, has steadfastly affirmed and held on to its cultural identity and core values while operating under a dual legal system. which fosters transparency and effectiveness of traditional structures, as well as effectiveness of the legislative, judicial, and executive arms of government. Along with other African nations, the people of Eswatini believe in mutual respect, honor, dignity, faith, interdependence, family, culture, tradition as core tenets of solidarity. Therefore, Eswatini stands in solidarity with this fourth conference because we understand that attacks on the African family are not abstract debates. They manifest as rising divorce rates, child neglect, the erosion of parental authority, and cultural confusion among our youth. Our role as parliamentarians is not to impose a single model, but to protect the right of African societies to define family in a way that reflects our history, our faith, and our lived realities. That is sovereignty. Sovereignty, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, means the power of African people to legislate for ourselves without fear or pressure. It means Parliament, not foreign capitals, decide what is best for the African children. Notwithstanding, we note that the call for solidarity does not come without opposition. As we speak, the voice of criticism, slander, and misinformation is loud. It would seem the very idea of Africans choosing to unite to protect their identity and sovereignty is frightening to those who seek to promote the anti-life, anti-family agenda. We have been accused of working against development. To this, we invite the dissenting voices to review in detail the language of the African Charter to identify the substantive issues in this document instead of making unsubstantiated claims. Honorable delegates, we find ourselves to be gatekeepers for our nations at a time when the world is highly influenced by progressive woke ideology driven by nefarious entities. Anchored in secular humanism, these dangerous progressive ideologies are influencing global politics and polluting the hearts and minds of African children and youth. Honorable parliamentarians, the family is Africa's first parliament, as the Deputy Speaker rightly said. It is where values are debated, character is shaped, and responsibility is developed. Long before constitutions were written, our grandparents governed homes with Ubuntu, meaning I am because we are, expressing respect for elders, communal care and dignity. The family remains the basic unit of sovereignty. When the family is strong, the nation is stable. When the family is weakened, society bears the cost. In assessing the position of a family in raising a child, I will refer to the principle of subsidiarity, which was coined by an 18th century philosopher, Thomas Aquinas. According to this principle, decisions, authority, and problem solving should be handled at the most local level possible. The central authority should only perform tasks that cannot be effectively completed at a more local and intermediate level. This means that decision-making about a child is best left to the family, and it should be escalated if and only if the local hierarchies, that is, immediate family, extended family, community, church, are unable to manage. This is how societies and civilizations have been developed over the centuries, and they shall continue to flourish if we uphold the values of family. It is therefore encouraging to note that the African Charter is a positive and commendable mechanism to promote respect, protection, and strengthening of the African family. It is a document of self-determination. It reflects our common cause, shared interest, and sense of responsibility to protect our heritage, our sovereignty, our common values, morals, and religious freedoms at a time when they are most at risk of attack. It is my prayer that we will expand the vision of the African Charter to usher in a continental decade of protection and strengthening of the family, African values and sovereignty. In fact, I propose a millennium marked by concrete continental, regional, and national level legislative and policy infrastructure to protect and uphold sovereignty and the dignity of the family. We are here to harmonize our voices, to learn from each other, and to live with draft laws, motions, and policies that we take back to our chambers. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, let this fourth conference be remembered as the moment when African parliaments stopped reacting and started shaping. Let us advance this charter with confidence, not with division, but with unity. The world is watching to see if Africa can govern its own values. I believe we can. On behalf of the Kingdom of Eswatini, we pledge our full support to this process. We commit to take the outcomes of this conference back home, to engage our communities, to legislate with courage. May the good Lord bless you all, and thank you for your kind attention.
Please, another round of applause. Indeed, values are not imposed, they are inherited, questioned, and then chosen. And that's the sovereignty of the human heart. Thank you once again for those beautiful words. We now head to the Republic of Chad, where we have the First Deputy Speaker, Dr. Hudenga David Ngarimandin, who is the First Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Chad, to share a solidarity message with us. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Hudenga David.
Très honorable président de l'Assemblée, président du Parlement du Ghana, honorable président des assemblées parlementaires d'Afrique, mesdames et messieurs les parlementaires, chefs de délégation, messieurs les leaders traditionnels, chers experts du monde interparlementaire, c'est à la fois avec une grande fierté,
is with great pride and also going back to ancestral roots that I take the floor during this fourth Inter-Parliamentary Conference to highlight Chad's contribution on a thematic that is really important, namely that on African values and then sovereignty. Before I go on with my speech, kindly permit me to express our entire gratitude to this August Assembly and mainly to the President of the Ghanaian Parliament for really inviting the Parliament of Chad to partake in this conference. And I want to tell the Right Honorable that I extend the greetings of the President of the Chad Parliament, who really wanted to be here, but due to other important duties, he is not able to travel to Ghana. I also want to seize the opportunity to say that the Parliament, through my person, wishes to thank the host country, Ghana, namely, for the exceptional quality of their hospitality, and really want to thank the organizing committee for all the amenities they made available for us to have a very pleasant stay. Honorable parliamentarians, We know we have various parliaments come and go, but each parliament has its specificity. And we are not talking about a particular topic. Coming to this fourth conference, I think this fourth conference will be considered as the most important because it gives us the opportunity to not only strengthen the existing cooperation between our various institutions, but also to share our opinion or perspective on emerging issues such as our values and the sovereignty of our nations. Indeed, Africa values on solidarity, the respect of elders, are very important. The knowledge of all this knowledge can be the basis of our continental sovereignty. By inculcating these values in our governance method, this could be a step forward instead of using the imported or the adopted approaches from outside. African countries should be able to freely define their priorities, protect their resources, and also promote development models that reflect their realities as well as their aspirations. I really want to congratulate everyone on the effort that have been put forth so far and the initiative by this August conference. If the targeted objective through this charter is to protect our familiar system, our cultural identity, and also the sovereignty of our nation, faced with emerging threats, it means that the said charter will raise issues vis-à-vis the rich history of Africa and also certain international engagement or international commitment that we've already signed. However, numerous other voices that have already been heard in order to highlight some of the contradictions of the provisions of this charter regarding existing charters on human rights, thereby threatening this edifice we are trying to put up. So I would say that this threat, these are threats to our values. So we need to find a fine balance between tradition and modernization, and especially with the young African people that are kind of connected. We have an issue on Africa transmission of communication. So the sovereignty itself is faced with certain limitations. It's good for us to make sure that all the fragilities observed at every level, be it the legal, economical, and development aspects. My country, Chad, we have a saying, which is we have a saying about life. And of course, as African people, we are better placed to measure the values of our people. So Chad has been able to fight for its dignity and preserve its sovereignty vis-à-vis all its enemies. And these values are very dear to us and are part of the Constitution, and are also part of the first draft proposed by the head of state. So this is part of initiative whereby Chad put in place a committee in order to reopen its history, in order to really find its true identity. Certain African nations have already done that, but I believe it's good for us to rewrite our own history.
Parlementaires,
As
nous devons
parliamentary,
légiférer avec lucidité, courage et
as members of parliament, we need
afin
to
de préserver nos valeurs
be
africaines,
courageous in order to
tout en nous
preserve
adaptant à
our
l'évolution
cultural
du monde
values
à travers
while
des lois qui
adapting to
reflètent
the
l'âme
evolving
et
world
les
through
réalités
laws
de nos
that
peuples.
reflect
Pour conclure,
the
mesdames et
spirit
messieurs,
of our
au
nation.
regard de la
To
qualité
conclude,
des participants
ladies and
ici
gentlemen,
présents,
looking at
je ne
all the
doute
people here gathered,
pas un seul instant
I
que cette
don't
quatrième
doubt
conférence
that this
interparlementaire
fourth conference
marquera une étape décisive
will be
dans
a
le processus
significant
d'élaboration d'une charte dans
towards
laquelle se reconnaîtront tous les Africains et autour de laquelle
Africans
nos États
will be
s'uniront véritablement.
recognized and also adopt this charter. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Please, another round of applause for Dr. David Odenga. Thank you very much for those thought-provoking words shared there. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the conference organizers are currently arranging to put up notices on the way to connect to the internet. But if you can't wait, please just listen to this. The one to connect to is AIPC, that is A for Apple, I for ice cream, hope that doesn't get you hungry, P for pineapple, and C for Coke. FS, so abbreviation of family, FS 2026. FS, so it's AIPC FS 2026. And the password is Africa. Africa starts with capital A, Africa family, family to capital F, 2026, and an apostrophe. Africa Family 2026 apostrophe. No, sorry, exclamation mark. Exclamation mark. Thank you. So, but they are currently working to put the notices up. But if you just want to connect to the internet, that is how to do that. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll pick the last solidarity message. This time from Burundi, where we have Honorable Clotilde Kapimbari, who is the second Deputy Speaker of the Senate in Burundi. Please, a round of applause for her as she takes the podium. This way. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed.
Très honorable Président du Parlement de la République du Ghana, honorable Président des chambres parlementaires, honorables parlementaires, distingués participants, Mesdames et Messieurs, bon après-midi. De prime abord, nous rendons grâce à Dieu qui nous a permis d'arriver ici à Accra, où nous avons été accueillis avec tous les égards. Nous remercions vivement le président du Parlement du Ghana pour son invitation à participer à cette conférence, ainsi que le peuple ghanéen pour son accueil chaleureux et son hospitalité légendaire. Vos Excellences, distingués délégués, permettez-moi de vous transmettre les salutations chaleureuses du très honorable président du Sénat du Burundi, très honorable Gervais Ndirakobucha, qui m'a mandaté pour le représenter à cette conférence. Il formule ses vœux de plein succès pour cette 4e conférence interparlementaire sur les valeurs de la famille et la souveraineté.
Our President extends his
Les pays
well
africains
wishes
peuvent
for
contribuer
this work you're about to
à
carry.
consolider le consensus parlementaire et à faire
For
progresser la
African
Charte
countries to
africaine des valeurs
consolidate
familiales
parliamentary
et de la souveraineté
consensus
à plusieurs
and also
niveaux,
African values. This should be
surtout
done at various levels,
institutionnel,
especially at the institutional level, the diplomatic level,
et socioculturel.
legislative and also social cultural.
Les pays doivent
Under such circumstances,
renforcer
countries
l'appropriation
should
du Parlement
strengthen
international.
parliamentary
Les parlements
ownership
peuvent organiser des débats
where
parlementaires
Parliament can
réguliers
actually have a regular debate on family values, cultural sovereignty, political culture, and harmonize this with values that are part of the Charter.
Ils doivent également développer une diplomatie
They should also develop
utiliser les formes
parliamentary diplomacy
les réseaux de l'Union
model to the level of African Union, regional community that we are part of, to defend our cultural approach.
promouvoir une approche équilibrée et inclusive
We need to improve an inclusive approach in order to have a huge consensus. Our countries should also prioritize dialogue instead of confrontation.
également mettre en avant la protection de la
We should also put forth the protection of the family, culture, and sovereignty while respecting international commitment in order to find consensual agreement to our problems.
consensus parlementaire.
We want to say that the parliamentary consensus is only credible when it yields visible results through policies that sustain family social protection, the fight against violence, and also support to the youth. This will enable African countries, and namely Burundi that we here represent, to show that family values are linked to national development and social cohesion. Dear parliamentary colleagues, I cannot end without sharing with you that the main challenge of our dear African continent is to find a fine balance between African sovereignty, international commitment, and also the expectations of external partners. I call on you to make sure that we lead these family values and also sovereignty to safeguard our family. Long live Africa. Thank you for your kind attention.
Another round of applause. Most grateful for those thoughtful, thought-provoking words shared with us. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is Africa. This is Ghana, and this is Accra. And I'm sure that this conference will not be complete, and you all agree with me, if we do not identify ourselves, especially through our music. It is on this note that I crave your indulgence to invite, to allow for a musical interlude as we prepare for the stakes to go higher, as we prepare for the keynote address. Please let us have a musical interlude at this point. It's the talking drums, ladies and gentlemen. Accompanied by dancers. doing a dance known as the Bamaya dance. It's a dance that originates from the northern part of Ghana. It is called the Bamaya dance. It was said to have been discovered by a hunter who during his hunt came across dwarfs performing this dance. That was a beautiful performance by the Abibi Guruma from the University of Ghana Performing Arts. Please, a round of applause for the students of the Performing Arts University of Ghana. Dancing Bamaya, as I indicated. It's a dance that is reserved for the gods, they say. It originates from the northern part of Ghana, and it is said that it was discovered by a hunter who went hunting and at night or during the dawn time came across dwarfs. It is for the tales. I don't know how true it is, but returned home with this dance, and it has since been performed at dawn mostly when there are big events held in the north. Another round of applause for the Abibi Guruma of the University of Ghana. Thank you very much for that one. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, once again, my name is Al-Hassan Suhini, and as we prepare to take the keynote address, I, at this point, will want to leave you in the capable hands of my younger brother, Reverend John Ntim Fojo, who is a member of parliament for the Asin South constituency, and also, a very, very vociferous person when it comes to the family values, especially the bill that the Parliament of Ghana has recently considered. Please, a round of applause for my younger brother, Reverend John Ntim Fojo.
Thank you very much, my respected colleague and friend, the Honorable Al-Hassan Suhini, the Member of Parliament for Tamale North and the Deputy Minister for Roads and Highways. The Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, the Chief of Staff, His Eminence, the Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, the distinguished Senate Presidents and Speakers of Parliament across the continent, eminent clergy, the honorable members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. Still in pursuit of family and sovereignty and values of the African continent, it is my distinct pleasure to introduce a distinguished gentleman who is our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the extraordinary leader that I introduce to you, the Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, is a seasoned legislator of global renown. He has held various leadership roles at global parliamentary platforms, including currently the chairperson of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, IPU, a 50-member African geopolitical group, and a member of the task force to mediate the Russian-Ukrainian war on behalf of the IPU. He is also a member and leader on many global parliamentary platforms, including the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. Such an incredible man, risen to the global stage and the national front lines of democracy. He came from a humble beginning in Sombo, a beautiful community in the Upper West region of Ghana, and rose into this distinguished stature. Trained as a lawyer from the University of Ghana and the Ghana Law School, and called to the bar in 1982, he has held the position as a member of parliament since the inception of the fourth Republican democracy in this country. So as a matter of fact, since 1993, at the constitution of the first parliament, the Right Honorable Speaker entering parliament, representing proudly the good people of Nadoli Kalio, has remained in this house in 1993 till now and has never turned back. So he has been a member of parliament from the first all the way to the 7th parliament, and now, even in the 9th parliament, as the speaker. But all through the distinguished 33-year-long distinguished service, and still counting, he held at various occasions roles as minority leader, and another time when the tables turned, became the majority leader, in between having served as cabinet minister, minister for water resources, works and housing, himself a distinguished man and successful family man. He became the deputy speaker of parliament in the 7th parliament between 2017 and 2020. In 2021, the Right Honorable Speaker made history, rare history, becoming the first Speaker of Parliament to be elected from the opposition party. And that distinguished feat, having been remarkably and creditably discharged between 2021 and 2025 January, won a renewed mandate to continue a second term as the Speaker of Parliament in the 9th Parliament. A very rare feat that very few across the world achieve. Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament is the chairman of the Speakers and Presidents of African Legislatures, COSPAL. He's been instrumental in shaping Ghana's democracy and parliamentary system, and in recognition of this great feat, the University of Professional Studies, Accra, in the year 2017, recognized him and awarded him the honoris causa Doctor of Laws. He is respected across the aisle, respected in this country, is noted to be a man of integrity, a principled man, a man who speaks of various shades of opinions without prejudice to stature, without prejudice to status. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a great man who has dedicated most part of his life in serving his country for the betterment of his people. He is a champion of the proper human sexual rights and family values. He is a champion, continental champion on African sovereignty, values and family system, and the president of the African Parliamentary Network Against Corruption, APNAC. Ladies and gentlemen, the Right Honorable Speaker is properly married with children. And it's important that I stress that he's properly married, not to another man, and with children. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure at this point. Let us make welcome the keynote speaker, the Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbane.
Please, kindly resume your seats. This is some of the problems that I carry on my head. You know, these young ones, they do everything to reduce my market, so that the beautiful ladies here should not be thinking that there is space. I won't compete with you, don't worry. Let me humbly, at least, plead with all of you to give a very hefty applause to all those who have delivered various messages to you before me, starting from our most revered Archbishop Duncan Williams, up to the solidarity messages that have been delivered. Please, let's give them an applause. It's right and proper to acknowledge the presence of all of you here, as have been done And I accordingly, with humility, adopt all the dignitaries that are present, but with particular emphasis on His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, who is ably represented here by the Chief of Staff. Please, you are most welcome, and we are happy to have you in our midst. It's really through the efforts of His Excellency, his commitment to the goals of this whole initiative that made him to do everything to be present. And that was what occasioned the postponement of the conference in May to early June. The rest, I'm sure, my good brother, the Chief of Staff, will fill that in to you. I am only going to affirm what has already been said, but it's important for me to take you a bit back to history. This conference reminds me of the All-African People's Conference in 1958 that took place here in Accra, at the community center just opposite the Supreme Court building. There were dignitaries from all over Africa that came to participate in that conference. And such rich, flourishing, beautiful statements as we've just done were delivered. They were all aimed at getting the whole of Africa from the yoke of colonialism. You can say that with the collective efforts of all of them, Africa is now politically free. We are not under any bondage again politically. And the seed was sown here at the All-African People's Conference. I must say that the representation reflects exactly what took place at that time. And so we have a lot of participants from many countries, more importantly, 20 major countries that are present here. We have as major participants representatives from Burkina Faso. It was then called Upper Volta. From Burundi, from Cameroon, from Chad, from the Democratic Republic of Congo, from Eswatini, which our brothers and sisters from the West could not pronounce, and so they decided Swaziland. They couldn't pronounce Eswatini. Then we have Guinea-Bissau, we have Kenya, we have Liberia, we have Madagascar, Malawi, Morocco, Mozambique, Nigeria, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Tanzania, Uganda, Zambia, Zimbabwe, all are gathered here today. We have many other observers, but we are more adorned here by our spiritual, religious, and traditional leaders. I want to acknowledge the presence of all of you and to, as I said, affirm some of the things that have already been stated and sometimes add another perspectives. But I will recommend this book to all of you. It's available electronically. You read it as a good, solid foundation of what I just mentioned, and that is going to build your faith to brace yourself up to fight the battle that we are engaged in, to ensure that true families, the sovereignty and values of Africa are entrenched in our continent. It's written by Dr. Susan Williams. A Nobel Peace winner. After he published this, it's not fiction, it's facts. It's facts about no other continent but Africa, the whole Africa. Don't mind the volume. Immediately you start reading it, you can't stop but completing this book. And I have read it like a student. So if you get my book here, you see that there are lines, there are commentary, and everything here. Very good, and I recommend it to all of you. Let me now say it is really an honor and a great privilege for me to stand here in Accra, and it is indeed a privilege for the opportunity accorded me to deliver the keynote address, because Ghana, particularly Accra, was referred to in those days as the Mecca of Africa. Organizers of the conference could not have settled on a more appropriate venue. After the delegates at the third conference at Uganda overwhelmingly voted for Ghana to host the fourth conference. In fact, my good friend from Kenya recounted how Kenya offered to host it. But all the delegates said, when they heard that Ghana wanted to do so, that no, we want to go to Ghana. And we are happy to have you here, and I assure you, you will not regret taking that decision. Because this is the place that is most appropriate for this conference. Not just because of the historic reminder, but there are so many places of interest which I will urge you not to get yourself cocooned in the conference hall here, but to reach out, even after the conference. I don't encourage you to leave. Stay back and enjoy the Ghana that we have today. So once again, you are most welcome. Let me emphasize this. This was the soil, Ghana, that the architecture of African self-determination was forged by forebears who understood that political independence was only the first step in a long walk to true freedom. Our forebears proclaimed that true emancipation lies in the complete restoration of our individual cultural, and institutional autonomy. It is in furtherance of our long search for self-actualization that we gather at this 4th African Inter-Parliamentary Conference to confront a defining challenge of our generation: the preservation and economic distress or cultural alienation that we find ourselves confronted with. There's an urgent need for us to preserve, as we modernize and codify our identity in an increasingly globalized world. Distinguished participants, we all in our various indigenous areas have philosophical maxims deeply rooted in our indigenous heritage, which reflects the beauty and sweetness of life, as we say, which lie in its collective expression and our communal interconnectedness. We find our meaning, protection, and purpose within the sacred framework of the family. We all always say, I am because you are. And you are because we are. And our friends in South Africa will refer to it as Ubuntu. Not in their countries. And in fact, the first suitor to our first Prime Minister, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, was a beautiful lady from South Africa. Yes. When that did not work, because the lady saw that the man and his passion, he will not be available for her. So she resisted all the temptation to marry our first Prime Minister. And then he moved to Egypt, married a young lady who had just finished the university. I recall what their first son said, Gamel Nkrumah, about the reason behind the marriage. Make Africa a family, to connect North Africa to the rest of the continent. And you saw that the president of Zimbabwe, His Excellency President Mugabe, married from Ghana. His Excellency Hassan Banda came all the way from Malawi, lived in Ghana, studied in Ghana, opened a clinic at Kumasi, and practiced medicine for many years before Nkrumah prevailed on him to go back home, Nyasaland, to fight for the independence of that country. So this issue about family Making Ghana, Africa a family started then. They knew the importance of the family unit, and that the only way to get us to unite, to form the United States of Africa, was to have the family unit. Let me say that as legislators and chosen custodians of the people's sovereign will, our mandate is to ensure that the laws we enact, the budgets we approve, and the policies we oversee reflect this reality. True sovereignty does not begin at our national borders or within legislative chambers. It is born, nurtured, and sustained in the smallest unit of governance on earth. That is the family. If the family breaks under economic distress, as we are experiencing now, or cultural alienation, the state itself loses its structural integrity. Your Excellencies, we must approach the issue of sovereignty with maturity and legal precision. The long history they've given you about me is not to talk about my age. It's to talk about my experience. So some people say that I'm an old man. I beg to disagree with them. They have made me younger than before, and I've had the opportunity to traverse the whole of the continent and to your countries. But the advantage of and they had that interconnectedness and bond and came together even after the Manchester Conference to fight for the independence of the continent. We only meet at conferences. And I must say that we have also done very, very well, even though we meet at conferences, not in schools. We have been able to bond, and many of those leaders gathered here have been with me at many, many conferences, and we are the best of friends. So we need to approach this issue of sovereignty with maturity and legal precision. The boundaries that we draw are just in our minds. They are not actual. There are different boundaries that we have to confront. Because on a daily basis, you know, across our borders, the families cut across. They do things together on a daily basis. Yet we call them boundaries. And we decided to put some structures there to rather obstruct the free flow of people, business, trade, and everything. And so we need to look at the issue of sovereignty with maturity and legal precision. Sovereignty is not a passive shield. It is an active, vigorous exercise of self-definition. The inherent right of a people to determine their social, economic, and moral destiny, free from external coercion or ideological conditionalities. I stand here as the chief of a kingdom which cuts across Ghana and Côte d'Ivoire. We have festivals together. I stand here as a chief of another kingdom which cuts between Ghana and Burkina Faso. And I stand here as a chief of another kingdom which cuts between Ghana, Togo, Benin, and part of Nigeria. So where are the borders? When we examine the conditions and the constitutions of our African states, we find a remarkable jurisprudential consensus. Here in Ghana, Article 39 of the 1992 Constitution mandates that the state foster, preserve, and enrich our traditional cultural values while balancing these with the demands of modern development and fundamental human freedoms. Similar provisions exist across virtually every nation represented in this room. Those of you who have read the history of America, you have seen that America was also balkanized by the same European countries. And so New York was New Amsterdam. Well, that was the hold of the Dutch. So it was named New Amsterdam. It's when the British took over, and that was during the time of Duke of York, that they changed the Amsterdam to York. And so you now have New York. So it's not only Africa that was balkanized. America was equally balkanized. And you know where the French took over? You know the other countries? The states that were shared. And you know why we have Maryland, named after Queen Elizabeth, who was believed to be a virgin because she became a queen at the age of around 15 years. And so she took over Maryland and Virginia, which were then captured by Columbus, all that area. And because they wanted that land to be separate from the other states, that is the only place you hear the two names. The founding father of America being Washington, and then the founder of the land being Columbus. And so you have what? Washington, D.C. Washington, District of Columbus. So please, we should not allow this to keep us from forming the African family. Our constitutions empower Parliament to act as the bridge between traditional heritage and modern statutory law. When African parliaments legislate on the family, we fulfill a direct, legitimate constitutional command. In spite of this, we have in recent times witnessed a troubling narrative. Development assistance, trade agreements, natural resource agreements, and bilateral cooperation have been made contingent upon the adoption of legal and cultural paradigms alien to our social cultural fabric. I had a delegation from UK recently, When there was Roman Empire, they captured England. And those of you who have read literature, now they say, our time, they were calling it English literature. Now they say literature in English. You have read Shakespeare's books. You have come across a lot about the expeditions of Rome to England and how they used to describe England at that time. So it's not only peculiar to Africa. Those infiltrations started as far back as that time to England. I want to emphasize this matter. People trying to make so many things contingent upon the adoption of legal and cultural paradigms alien to our social cultural fabric. I want to emphasize that conditioning aid on the alteration of domestic laws to the disadvantage of beneficial countries violates the principle of sovereign equality enshrined in the United Nations Charter. And mind you, we have the Mandin Charter, which established the Sundiata Kingdom, Sundiata Keita, of 1235. 1235, that was the constitution that started the empire that was inherited by Mansa Musa, the richest person that ever lived on earth. And that is supposed to be coming from a continent that is the poorest in the world. How? Contradictions in terms. The richest person that ever lived on earth from Africa. Even today, they refer to the richest person today in the world as who? Today, Elon Musk, and he is from Africa. Yet Africa is poor. Can that be true? Is Africa poor? It's Africans that are poor. Africa itself is rich and prosperous. So there are some things that are preventing Africans from enjoying their natural wealth that God so graciously gave to us. Let me assure everybody, we in Africa do not seek to dictate the internal legal frameworks of other continents. And we expect in turn the same respect for our sovereignty. Our laws must look like the people they are written to protect. Look at the beauty of the African colors. Look at the beauty of the African resources gathered here. Why should I be dressed in tropical Africa like somebody dressed in Finland? Where a part of Finland called Lapland, for 6 months in every year, they don't see sunlight. I am blessed on daily basis with sunlight. I have day and night. They will have about 6 months night and sometimes some months day. Why should we dress the same way? Christmas, you people celebrate some gentleman who goes around giving gifts. What's his name? Santa Claus. That is where Santa Claus comes from. That's why he's presented in that way, because of the cold weather. Please, we must reflect our identity, our uniqueness, who we are. So a law that does not resonate with the spirit, history, and moral conscience of the citizenry is a dead law. As African legislators, our loyalty must remain anchored to the mandates given to us by our electorates. There is the urgent need for us to redefine the African family structure in the 21st century. In trying to do so, we must avoid adopting an oversimplified or imported definition of the family. The Western concept of the nuclear family, isolated, individualistic, lonely, and strictly bounded, fails to capture the expansive, resilient, and self-sustaining genius of the African family. So over there they say chop time, no friend. In Africa, it's a chop time that you show friendship. True or false? It's true. We're brought up to always reserve food for sudden visitors. Any woman that fails to do that, if the sudden visitor enters, you forfeit your food for the visitor. It's during chop time that you show friendship. Outside there, it's not the same. There's vast difference between our family units. In Africa, a family is an intergenerational web of mutual responsibility. Grandparents who carry our historical memory, aunts and uncles who share the burden of child care, and the community that rallies around the vulnerable are all known to us on a daily basis. It doesn't happen like that over there. This is not an archaic relic. It is our most successful indigenous social safety net. Family is a social security that cushioned our people through economic downturns, civic conflicts, and health crises when former state welfare systems were inadequate. And so, to quote one of our elders, he says, to protect the African family is to protect our primary economic engine, our first school of civic virtue, and our oldest institution of social security. That is the African family. Yet the family, as an institution, is on that severe structural strain. Economic vulnerability is disintegrating families faster than any external ideology. When parents are forced to migrate across borders or into overcrowded urban slums to survive, the family fractures. As educational deficit compounds it, and you know where we struggle these days, particularly the youth, all clamoring to leave our borders to find green pastures somewhere else. It compounds the problem. And this is because our systems alienate our youth from their roots. We are no longer creating an intergenerational chasm that tears or bounds families, but now a system that tears households apart from within. And an unregulated digital frontier passes through community filters, exposing our children to hyper-individualistic values before they can weigh them against their own. These days, age of how many months, the child is pushed into the factory of formal education. Parents are on their own ways. They hardly see the children. Schools are asked to mold them, but they are not well resourced. At the end of the day, the product becomes something else, not African. So if we wish to preserve the family, our interventions must move beyond rhetoric. We must recognize the family as a microeconomic stakeholder, creating tax incentives for households that care for elderly relatives and prioritizing national budget investment in affordable housing. National investment in child nutrition, and so also in maternal health care. True protection requires a shift from moral posturing to material empowerment. We find this synthesis captured in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. And I want to refer you to Article 18 of the Charter, which states, and I quote, "The family shall be the natural unit and basis of society. It shall be protected by the state, who shall take care of its physical health and moral being. The state shall have the duty to assist the family, which is the custodian of morals and traditional values recognized by the community." The Charter does not treat rights and values as opposing forces. No, not the African Charter. The African Charter places the family at the center of the rights framework. If there are no human beings, how can you have human rights? You want us to adopt a system that will prevent the creation of human beings. And you say, when we are against it, you say we are violating human rights. Therefore, our language and legislation must reflect the highest standards of statesmanship and human compassion. Defending African family values must never be used as a pretext for state-sanctioned violence, oppression, or the denial of basic human security to any citizen. The true strength of African culture does not lie in exclusion or brutality. It lies in our capacity for restoration, community care, and deep hospitality. what we in Ghana proudly call, I'm not going to speak other tongues I'm not very good at. So forgive me if I murder your language. Obake. Obake. You see, the first step has landed me in trouble. But I know this one, Akwaba. I also know Wezo. And I know Marhaba. My language, we say Yewayan. Our legislative frameworks must firmly protect the most vulnerable within the family ecosystem. We must pass laws that combat domestic violence, eliminate harmful practices that dehumanize our girls and women, end child labor, and secure the economic rights of widows and orphans. A family structure that tolerates the exploitation of its own members cannot claim to be a custodian of genuine African values. By purging these internal injustices, we strengthen our moral authority to resist external interference. And therefore, I proceed to call for a regional legislative synergy and Pan-African action. Your Excellencies, the challenges we face are transnational. Therefore, our response must be collective. No single African nation can safeguard its legislative sovereignty in isolation. When one country stands alone against unfair external pressures, it risks economic isolation. But when we stand together as a continent of 1.4 billion people, our voice becomes immutable. We must actively utilize our regional legislative bodies, including Pan-African Parliament, the ECOWAS Parliament, the East African Legislative Assembly, the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and others, to build a unified legal shield. In fact, before the end of this month, I'll be in Morocco, Marrakesh, to meet not just the North Africa, but the whole Middle East at another very important conference on these matters. So, my good friend from Morocco, here I come. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really important for us to adopt the Charter. The formal adoption of an African Family Values Charter at this conference will advance this vision. Harmonizing family protection codes establishes a continental standard that prevents, and I quote, forum shopping, and resists external legal pressures, anchoring our societal structures in African realities. Again, through this collaborative Pan-African action, we ensure that our national sovereignties are structurally reinforced by an indigenous charter written by Africans for Africa. We need to further anchor the implementation of the Charter with the African Union's Agenda 2063, specifically Aspiration 5, which envisions an Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, shared values, and ethics. I'm sure if you have a meeting with some of our founding fathers, particularly recently, His Excellency Yoweri Museveni, he can give you the background of almost every tribe in Africa, where we started, how we moved, and where we are today. He has all that, and I have the benefit of sitting with him and going through it. He's written so many books, some he donated to me, and I've been reading them. It is very, very important for us to know that we have a common identity. We have a common heritage. We have shared values and our ethics. They are very different from any other continent. And this is the most valuable assets to Africa. Luckily, we have the Agenda 2063. By anchoring implementation initiatives of Agenda 2063, our defense of family values becomes inextricably linked to our broader goals of integration, industrialization, and sustainable development. At this juncture, I pay a profound tribute to the visionary founding nations of this movement. There are many, but they are led by 9, especially Uganda. Uganda, your early commitment laid the foundations on which this continental coalition stands today. In particular, we owe an immense debt of gratitude to the parliament and the people of Uganda. For 3 consecutive periods, as we've been told, Uganda kept the touch of this assignment aglow by serving as the dedicated host of this conference. In Ghana, you know about Women Aglo. Now we are having Uganda Aglo. Your unwavering institutional resilience and hospitality provided the vital sanctuary in which our shared ideals were protected, nurtured, and sustained during those foundational years. Africa thanks you for your steadfast leadership. In conclusion, it's important I emphasize the vision of a prosperous, self-determined African continent. Your Excellencies, Right Honorable Speakers, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we stand, as we've been told earlier, at a critical crossroads. The choices we make in our parliaments over the next few years will determine whether Africa enters the mid-21st century as a culturally distinct, self-determined global power, or as a fragmented continent that has battered its soul for superficial economic validation. This must ring a bell in the minds of all of us. And I want to plead with all of you to let us reject the false premises that modernization requires the erasure of our cultural identity. We can, and we have done it before. For the onslaught, we had the Benin Empire, modernized empire, well built with streets, with water systems, beautiful cities. And they came and bulldozed everything down flat to the ground. We've done it before. We can do it again. We can build advanced technological economies And
that our family systems are under unprecedented siege. The contemporary pressures are real, structural, and complex. Let us be completely candid with one another. The pressures confronting the African family system today are immense, and they are arriving from two distinct fronts: external imposition and internal neglect. We are currently facing what can only be described as a targeted wave of cultural imposition. Under the guise of development assistance, human rights, diplomacy, and international aid treaties, multilateral agencies and foreign powers are attempting to reshape the African cultural, moral, and family landscape. They seek to normalize non-traditional configuration of family and marriage that fundamentally contradicts the natural order and our deeply held cultural convictions. When economic aid is weaponized to demand the dismantling of a nation's cultural values and moral framework, it ceases to be diplomacy. It becomes ideological coercion. It is an assault on national sovereignty. Moreover, we are witnessing an aggressive global campaign to redefine the African family. Concepts of family and marriage are being pushed upon Africa that strips away the relational and procreative baseline of our existence. When we are told that marriage is purely an individual choice, divorced from community, procreation, and cultural continuation, it is directly threatens our human existence. To protect the African family is to protect the continent's independence and sovereignty. But we must also look into the mirror. The external pressure only finds easy soil because our internal structures are weak. High youth unemployment rates and economic hardships are forcing parents to spend less time raising their children. We are sourcing the moral upbringing of our children to smartphones, unmonitored internet programs, foreign media contents, and other digital devices. There is existential tension between missionary faiths like Christianity and African culture. African indigenous knowledge systems have not been properly integrated into educational programs and policies. Young people are struggling with their African cultural identity. If we compromise on moral and cultural family values, the African society will virtually have no ethical pillars to sustain her. This will ultimately lead to a weaker, chaotic, and morally decayed society. Despite these existential fractures, the African family has proven remarkably resilient. Even under the weight of poverty and external ideological shifts, Africans still have hope in the family system. We still pool resources for funerals. We still contribute to the education of nieces and nephews. And we still honor the palace and the pulpit. But resilience can not just be passive survival. We cannot merely complain about external imposition and internal neglect. We must build internal, legal, spiritual, and social fortifications. If we lose the African family and sovereignty, no amount of economic aid and infrastructure will save our nations. How does Africa respond to both the external impositions and internal neglect? We don't need to respond by hiding in fear, nor do we respond with mere anger. We must respond with a robust, deliberate, resilient ethic, a strategic framework that leverages our laws, our faith, and our culture to stand firm. The key pillars of the resilient ethics remain the parliament, the palace, and the pulpit. They are the key strategic partners of resilient ethics in African society. Parliamentarians are the gatekeepers of our national sovereignty. They translate the cultural heartbeat into binding protective acts. They must enact laws that reflect the authentic values of the people who voted for them into office, not the expectations of foreign donors. This explains why Uganda, Ghana, and other African nations have engaged in rigorous legislative efforts to protect our family values and sovereignty. Laws from our and marriage, as understood by our cultural values. Stand firm, our parliamentarians, against external blackmail and sanctions. True sovereignty is expensive, but it is non-negotiable. Potential criticism of this stance will be isolation of Africa from global human rights standards and modern diplomatic partnerships. But true diplomacy is built on mutual respect, not ideological coercion. True independence and sovereignty cost more than foreign aid. The intellectual weight of African cultural values is embedded in the African indigenous knowledge system. Unfortunately, early Western anthropologists and missionaries describe African cultures in derogatory concepts such as heathen, barbaric, superstition, animistic, fetish. The practice did not encourage integration of the indigenous knowledge system into later educational programs and policies. The intellectual resources in African indigenous knowledge systems must be revisited to enrich African educational systems at all levels. Ministries of education ought to intentionally integrate indigenous knowledge system, modesty, civic honor, and relational ethics into the educational curriculum. Focusing on cultural values may attract potential criticism of ignoring the freedoms and individual choices of the modern digital landscape. We don't fear the digital landscape. We want our young people to master it without losing their identity. Individual choices are fragile when they leave people isolated. Our resilience relies on protecting our youth from becoming alien Africans on African soil and disconnected from the community structures that preserve human dignity. Our educational systems must build values and character and not just only careers. National development planning targets have most often been considered in areas such as economics and physical infrastructure. Moral development has often not been seriously considered as a major dimension that must attract national interest and priority. The assumption has been that develop the economy and physical infrastructure and the nation will be fine. But please, let me remind this gathering that education without moral and spiritual values anywhere produces intelligent criminals. And I don't know how many that we have so far produced for this continent. Keep this in mind. Education without spiritual, moral values anywhere will produce intelligent criminals. Let our children learn the values of respect for elders, community solidarity, and the sacredness of family before they are introduced to foreign theories that cause moral disorientation. National development cannot be measured solely by infrastructure and economic metrics. It requires ethical and moral development infrastructure. Family preservation belongs in the national economic planning arena and must remain there as the missing social safety net. We need to avoid outsourcing the moral upbringing of the next generation to smartphones and unmonitored foreign media. A digital device cannot and must not raise an African child. There is the need to foster deeper institutional collaboration and unified partnership between Parliament, the palace, and the pulpit. When the traditional leader, the religious leader, and the member of Parliament speak with one voice, the community listens, and the family is insulated from confusion. And also, Christian education ministry, our continent is too religious. Christian education ministry of the church must equally prepare members to become both faithful disciples of Christ and active citizens of society. Too much prosperity preaching on the continent is not helping us. Church members must become both Africans and Christians without any sense of cultural tension and isolation. In conclusion, Your Excellencies, Africa's future is not written in the capitals of the West or the East. It is written in the homes, the villages, the churches, the mosque, and the palaces of Africa. If we compromise on moral and cultural family values, the African society will virtually have no ethical pillars to sustain here. This will ultimately lead to a weaker, chaotic, and morally decayed society. Africa's long-term stability relies on utilizing its traditional social safety valves to resist modern fragmentation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the assault on the African family is an attempt to erase our identity. A people without an identity are people who can easily be controlled. But Africa is not a continent without identity and history, nor are we a people without moral compass. Our resilience is written in our DNA. I refuse to become alien Africans on our own African soil. Let this 4th Inter-Parliamentary Conference not just be an event of fine speeches and declarations. Let it be the birthplace of a binding continental solidarity.
You have been spot on and have a touch of reality. Thank you so much. I must also thank the organizers. You got a good selection of speakers. So let's now listen to Madam to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you so much, August House of distinguished brothers and sisters of the continent. Thank you, moderator, and indeed, thank you to the distinguished speaker. I was just telling Reverend, I've been following him keenly on LinkedIn. Almost every post of his, I always repost, including a very recent one. And thank you for always refreshing us intellectually and spiritually. And I think one quote from his presentation sings very well. I'm sure with you as well. I'm not sure if I'm quoting it to wit, but to say that if we educate without spiritual development, we end up producing intelligent criminals. Oh my God. That is wonderful, and I think it's a bite we'll take with us. It's an honor to stand here as a member of a very vibrant community, a coalition that is made up of activists, advocates, who have achieved a very powerful, I believe, a feat that politics has never been able to do, religion has never been able to do, as to unite Ghana together behind one strategic and agenda, which is our family values, and for which we have for once in the history of the nation, have forgotten about all the lines that have divided us as a nation, not religion, not sports, not politics, but for the first time, we have rallied together as a people, determined that the values, the expressions of the people on the ground would be giving expression in this house. And we are very grateful that indeed it has been. And we trust that the process will terminate very well. Thank you very much. And for all the gallant leaders of the House, both of the minority and the majority that have fought through, we stand by you. Ghana supports you, and we know you will make us proud. Thank you very much. So thank you, Rev. I believe that three themes stand out from all the presentations. Been very refreshed by Uganda. Thank you so much. You've been a trailblazer. Let's give it up if this is okay for Uganda. Thank you for being the firstborn on this course for us and showing us that it can be done irrespective of the price you have had to pay, the global or diplomatic embarrassment and all of that. But three themes quickly as discussant, and then we are out of here. First, the question of our sovereignty as a continent and individual countries. Thank you for saying it out loud, that if there is any time that Africa must stand together, not so much as just a slogan, but as a survival, is now. We can't afford to be at each other's throat when our individual sovereignties are on the ground. collectively, we stand stronger than divided. And so the issue of sovereignty that is even being re-echoed in the presentation, I believe it's something that we would be pondering on, but not just to walk away as a talk shop, but to forge out the strategies, the practical strategies, how we can protect our individual sovereignties, whether at the backside of civil society, and my member, it is central to our survival, it is central to our politics, is central to our development, is central to everything. So we won't leave it to say that we want to pursue economic development and all the other gains, but we will put family values as the front burner issue when it comes to policy, it comes to practice, whatever it takes. Then thirdly, which are just the 3 points I wanted to tease out, the need for an Africa-led solutions to Africa's social challenges. And I'm so excited, I still a quote from the president's speech that was sweetly delivered by the chief of staff, talking about the fact that the future of Africa will not be written for Africa, but it will be written by Africa. Can we give it a round of applause to our president? I think that sums the spirit of why we are here. We need to protect our voice, our capacity to determine how we govern ourselves, even if we make mistakes. And I believe even the independence that many of all of us have enjoyed by the struggles of our forebears, the resounding rhetoric or reasoning or raison d'etre, let me try a little of my fake French, had been that we should have the capacity to govern ourselves. Self-government is still the mantra that is badly needed here and now. We should. Nobody should try protecting us. Even if we make mistakes, it is us. And we should be given the space, just as we have allowed the others to have the space to experiment different forms of governance, we should be given the space to do the same. It is Africa's right, and we demand it stays so. Thank you. And so on that score, thank you very much. On that score, I just say that for Ghana's experience in traveling up to this point, I would say what stands very refreshing for me is that this whole movement for seeking and protecting family values had not started with a political class. The political class just helped with the momentum, but it has been a citizen-led approach. And I say so because that is where I am coming from. Civil society organizations, religious organizations, and across that sphere, that is not partisan. But the beauty of it is to see how the political sphere within the chamber of parliament, whether with the minority side or the majority, and then swapping majority, minority, whichever, it's been beautiful. And so the key for me to leave at this conversation is that whilst we judge at the high, leadership level, we should not forget that the greatest validation of whatever we come up with is that we make it citizen-led. Let's allow the voices of the people to lead this campaign. It gives such great validity to it that no other nation can rise up against us, because at the heart of democracy is the will of the people, the mandate of the people. And so if democracy that we have adopted and adapted is what we are practicing, and we are allowing the people to lead the pack, because for instance in Ghana, a poll indicated that over 80% of Ghanaians were willing to stand by family values, then we must allow the citizens to lead this campaign. And on that note, I'd say that Ubuntu, we don't exist without your existence, and you don't exist without our existence. That is the spirit of Africa. I pray that the spirit of Haile Selassie will still rise amongst us. The spirit of Kwame Nkrumah will still rise amongst us. All our forebears that have stood and fought for us will still be echoed in our voices in this room, so that they would look back and say, it's been worth it. Thank you very much.
Please, another applause for these two speakers. I can say the audience has been very good. You have been so attentive. You have listened very carefully. Now I request 2, 3, not necessary questions. You can even compliment. Please, quickly, so that because we are behind schedule, so that we can be here on time by the end of the day. I thank you. Some questions or compliment. Help me to, where? Yes. Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks to our honorable members of parliament, and thanks to Uganda. Our Reverend Minister spoke about, he says, education without spiritual development and morals produces intelligent criminals. I agree with him. We're talking about African values and family. I think that we need to start from the basic, which is the educational system. Why should we in Africa today give our children education that takes the contact hours? Our children go to school from Monday to Saturday nowadays. Sometimes they come home around 5 o'clock, thinking that everything might be studied in the schools. If indeed these things will be implemented for us to have a progress, we need the families have to also have some contact hours with their children. You cannot tell me that children to go to school from Monday, Friday, sometimes even on Saturday, they have to go to classes in some jurisdictions. I don't think it's fair. And when you come to talk about child labor, in the days, all of us know the importance of education. But in the olden days, when there is a vacation, our children comes home. Sometimes we go to farms. They help us as a family. They learn from their parents. But today, even in their vacations, they still have to go to classes without the input of family values in our children. So to start with, I think that is very good. This conference is good for us, but we need to go to the basis that families, parents, all of us in this chamber, I think we have families, but sometimes, how many hours do we spend with our children at home? So I think that we need to also build that foundation. When we train them as a parent, education is good, and they can have also to learn from us as a parent. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that compliment. Yes. This time I will come this side.
Clotilde Moutita, République démocratique du Congo, rapporteur adjoint au bureau de l'Assemblée. Je représente mon président, le président de l'Assemblée au niveau de notre pays. Alors, je félicite le révérend et madame, et surtout maman Sarah, tout à l'heure par rapport... C'est ma première fois de participer. Alors, j'ai été vraiment émerveillée, je vous en félicite, je vous encourage. Alors, je voudrais peut-être apporter un plus par rapport à la réalité que je venais de constater, c'est que nous sommes en train de vivre une interreligiosité. Et donc, la présence de plusieurs confessions religieuses qui font en sorte que, pour moi, c'est une réponse par rapport à beaucoup de conflits dans notre continent. Alors, si cet espace, l'espace de la conférence interparlementaire, peut aussi être cette réalité de vivre cette expérience interreligieuse, chrétiens, musulmans et toutes les confessions peuvent se mettre ensemble, pour moi, c'est une résolution très efficace de certains conflits africains. Et donc là, je voudrais vraiment que cela soit plus considéré. Et une autre dimension, c'est que comment pensez-vous élaborer les politiques publiques africaines de protection de la famille, de l'éducation parentale, Tout à l'heure, le révérend venait de souligner, et même Madame l'a dit, autrement nous fabriquons ou nous façonnons des intellectuels criminels. Et c'est ce que nous sommes en train de vivre maintenant, par cette inculturation, toutes ces réalités autour du numérique, et qui fait en sorte que nous ne pouvons pas nous séparer. Alors, comment produire des politiques publiques qui peuvent accompagner tout ce que nous sommes en train de vouloir établir? Voilà, merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thank you. Another one? This side? Yes.
Thank you very much. And I'm very grateful for all that everyone has shared.
Please say your name and where you're coming from.
I'm Miracle Damanka. I'm with Advocates for Christ Ghana, and then also Partnership for Family Strengthening. And I just want to share that mostly as Ghana, but many other nations, we are very good with policy. We have the right documents in place. We are able to ascend the Hague Convention. We are able to ascend a lot of policies, but the implementation becomes an issue. May it never be said that we gathered here in spite of all the many things that are important to us. We left them, came here to craft policies that will just stay on the shelves. We should be able to educate our populace, put these things into practice, and see actual change and transformation for the families that we are trying to protect. Thank you very much.
I think everybody has listened to
yes,
the submission.
Nigeria. Yeah. Okay.
Whatever we are saying here, we should put them into practice. It should not be good policies to be on the shelves. But I can tell you today, we are marking a very historical moment where we shall sign on the charter, have a charter, and move. Since we have many of the members of parliament here and all over Africa, I think we should move together. I thank you. Another one, the last one?
Yeah. Okay, I'm here.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Okay, I was just wanting to, I've spoken before, just to insist, my name is Sonny Ekwosi from Nigeria, to insist, just as the young lady has said, that we should not live here without specific, concrete assignments that should be given to specific people to implement in the next coming months. Why I'm saying this is that other people, that's the people that are anti-life and anti-family, they don't take a vacation at all. As we speak in Nigeria, they are lobbying for certain curriculum to be used in Nigerian schools, curriculum that has to do with LGBT, sex education, masturbation. They never take any vacation. The point I mentioned before, I've come all the way from Lagos to this place. I don't want to go empty-handed. It would be a waste of time. I have attended so many conferences. I go to the UN. I see many things. After that, nothing happens. So, by the time we are ending this conference, can we take specific assignments? I'm ready for one, for Nigeria, okay? We fight in Nigeria 24 hours because our enemies never take any vacation. So I don't want to come here for nothing. At the end of it, we should take specific assignments, please. Thank you.
Thank you for that homework. That homework is for all of us. Honorable Sarah and your core group and all of us should sit and ensure that this man has something to take home. I thank you so much, everybody, for being a very good audience, and I thank my speakers who have been able to bring us to a good level. God bless you.
Can we give it out to them once again? Can we clap for them? Thank you, Reverend Doctor. Thank you, distinguished Honorable Nathan, and thank you, Madam. We'll go straight to the next item, and I want to request that we move straight to the last item. I'm told some of them were questions, but I know who will answer it. As the discussant and the presenter are presenting, those questions will be answered in the subsequent next one. Now, distinguished colleagues, we have a little challenge. Two of our colleagues are online. They are on Zoom. We've given them 3 o'clock to do their presentation. Unfortunately, they've been online since 3 o'clock. So we are taking the last item, but not the last one. We'll jump the solidarity message and then the discussion on sovereignty, culture, and implication for law. So we are moving straight to the Charter and existing human rights instrument. And I would like to invite the moderator for this discussion, the Deputy Speaker of Burundi, the second Deputy Speaker of Burundi, Honorable Madame Cleetold Kampimpi. Sorry if I butchered your name. I'm a Ghanaian. Can we please give it out to her? Can we clap for her as she takes the podium? We have the lead discussant, who is our Commissioner Annan, who is our Commissioner or Advisor on Human Rights Issues in Parliament here. Can you please join the Right Honorable Speaker? Then we also have Ms. Sarah Nkumicha. Sorry if I didn't pronounce the name well. She is from NHRC Uganda. She will also be joining. Then we have Ms. I'm sure she knows herself. Namizata Zangari from OIC. That's the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC. Is she here? Okay, please, let's give it out to her as she takes the podium. Okay. Then 2 of our distinguished panelists, Tony Ojuku, who is online now, and then the person from Morocco. The 2 of them are online. I don't want to pronounce the name wrongly again. So, Madam Speaker, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Honorable members of Parliament, good afternoon. I'm happy to be in front of you. I was saying that I'm happy to be in front of you to Good afternoon, everybody. I'm happy to be in front of you to deal with a topic which has been stated before, the draft African Charter on Family, Sovereignty and Values and existing human rights instruments. I will be moderating this topic. Your Excellencies, honorable speakers and members of parliament, representatives of national human rights institutions, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's my singular honor to moderate this important dialogue on draft African Charter on Family and Sovereignty and Values and existing human rights instrument. This conversation comes at a significant moment for our continent. The draft charter has generated considerable debates across Africa and beyond. A number of international and regional human rights organizations and civil society groups have characterized the charter as anti-right. Such criticism deserves neither dismissal nor hostility. Rather, it calls for dialogue, engagement, and mutual understanding. Burundi, my country, is not unfamiliar with such pressure. As a nation, we have encountered criticism and diplomatic pressure in international forums. But we have consistently affirmed the dignity of every human life, the centrality of family as the neutral and fundamental unit of society, and the responsibility of the state to protect children from exploitation, abuse, trafficking, and harmful practices. We have done so not in opposition of human rights, but because we believe these principles are themselves some fundamental human rights concerns. The purpose of this session is therefore neither a confrontation nor accusation, rather it's a dialogue. We are gathered here to examine whether the aspirations embodied in the draft African Charter are compatible with existing regional, international human rights instruments, and consider how Africa can articulate its own contribution to the evolving human rights discourse while remaining faithful to its cultural, moral, and constitutional traditions. We are especially privileged to engage with institutions whose mandate is to promote, protect, and monitor human rights. National human rights institutions play a vital role in advising governments and holding them accountable in discharge of their obligations to respect, protect, and fulfill human rights. Their independence, expertise, and commitment to human dignity make them indispensable partners in this conversation. Our distinguished panel reflects both regional diversity and international experience. The Uganda Human Rights Commission, National Human Rights Commission of Nigeria, Human Rights Council of Morocco, and the Independent Permanent Human Rights Commission of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Their perspective will enrich our understanding of how human rights institutions view the relationship between universal human rights, norms, national sovereignty, family protection, cultural identity, and welfare of children. As a moderator, I encourage an open, respectful, and intellectually honest exchange. Let us listen carefully questions thoughtfully and seek common ground where it exists. Above all, let us remember that our shared objective is the flourishing of human persons, families, communities, and nations across Africa. With those remarks, I welcome our distinguished panelists and invite all to engage in a constructive and fruitful dialogue. Let's call Dr. Anthony. I'm sorry if I mispronounce their names. I'm not used to them. Forgive me. Dr. Anthony Okechukwu Ojukwu. Is the Executive Secretary and Chief Executive Officer of the National Human Rights Commission of Nigeria. The country's independent institution mandated to promote and protect human rights. A distinguished lawyer and human rights advocate who was called to Nigeria bar in 1986 and has served in several senior positions with NHRC before becoming its chief executive. He is widely recognized for his work in advancing human rights, strengthening democratic governance, promoting access to justice, protecting vulnerable groups, including women and children. In 2025, he was elected president of the Network of National Human Rights Institutions in West Africa, reflecting his leadership and influence across the region. He is a recipient of the National Honor of Office in the Order of Federal Republic and holds the prestigious rank of Senior Advocate of Nigeria. His extensive experience makes him a respected voice on the intersection of human rights, governance, national sovereignty, and public policy in Africa. Second, we listen to Ms. Sarah. No? Sorry? Yes, Ms. Sarah Nangumisa. She is the Director of Regional Services at the Uganda Human Rights Commission. She holds a Bachelor of Arts in Social Work and Social Administration and Master's degree in Social Sector Planning and Management from Makerere University. Since joining the Uganda Human Rights Commission in 2002, she was served in various capacities, including investigations officer, and the regional human rights officer. She has extensive experience in human rights, promoting and protection, with particular interest in children's rights, women's rights, detainees' rights, and peaceful building. She currently oversees the Commission's regional human rights program and operations across. Last but not least, we are going to listen to Ms. Camelia Raoul. Namiza? Camelia. Are you from which country? Are you from which country? De quel pays?
Camila is
Next,
representing.
we are going to listen to Madame Namizata Miete Sangare, a member of the standing committee, member of the Independent Standing Committee on Human Rights. Okay, let's first listen to Mr. Tony. Oh, sorry. Mrs. Namizata Sangare is a distinguished human rights leader from Côte d'Ivoire and president of the National Human Rights Council of Côte d'Ivoire. I already said it. She is widely recognized for her commitment to the promotion of human rights, democracy, peace, and good governance. Prior to her human rights work, she enjoyed a successful career in the insurance sector and founded the Organization of Active Women of Côte d'Ivoire to advance women's empowerment and participation in public life. She has participated in numerous international election observation missions and currently serves as a member of the Independent Permanent Human Rights Commission of the Organization of the Islamic Cooperation. Now, we are going to listen to Dr. About the Charter and the existing human rights instruments, trying to answer to the following questions. How do we prevent external actors from calling the Charter we are going to adopt during this conference? How Africans are going to prevent external actors from calling the Charter as backsliding on human rights? This question will be answered by everybody. And the second question is, will the implementation of the Charter be easy? What strategy do African countries, especially the founding members, plan to use? Thank you. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of parliament and other invited guests. I've been asked to do the honorable thing of being the lead discussant for this session. Okay. So what I'll do is my mission is very simple, is to introduce the Charter and to critically examine it as means of stimulating discussion. So in terms of methodology, I just decided to give a brief presentation. And the outline is as follows. I will try to talk about this whole concept called human rights. Please permit me if it appears that we are trying to overflog the concepts. So I'll put it in perspective. Talks about human rights and sovereignty, give an overview of the Charter, then link it to the existing human rights instruments, then also talk about the points of convergence or compatibility of the Charter with existing human rights frameworks, the challenges and opportunities, and try to proffer a way forward. I think what we are doing this afternoon is to start from the point of view that we are dealing with human beings. So human rights is about human beings, or a person simply because he's a human being. I think we all know that. Human rights are equal because we are human beings, and it's alienable. We all know that. Then, because it's alienable, it's universal, regardless of where one finds him or herself. So whether you are criminally accused or convicted or a perverse person, I think when we say a perverse person, we know what it is. You have rights. So from this context, we are saying that it doesn't matter who you are. So far as you are human beings, there are some values that you have to be more or less accorded, or which you come with as a human being. And these values are liberty.
Sorry, please, one moment. Sorry. Let's remind you that we have each 7 minutes because we have also 2 persons online. There's Mr. Tony and Madame Amina from Morocco. They are online. So each of you have 7 minutes. Thank you.
Anyway, so then let me just, as we discuss human rights within the context of African values, I just want us to know that human rights also permits, though they are universal, they permit what we call your cultures, or what cultures which are very peculiar to particular communities or regions. So Africa is a region. So whatever values or cultural, norms we have, human rights respect that. And that is what we call the relativist, approach. So if you are an African and you have peculiar values, human rights allow that. But human rights says that as your values are unique, it should be very, very compatible with rights that every human being, regardless of where the person finds him or herself, should be accorded. Then we said that when it comes to sovereignty, we are not talking, the whole charter is based on sovereignty. Sovereignty says that so far as you are a state or a human being, you have that autonomy. And that autonomy as a state gives you the opportunity or the right to make your own laws. And that's what we call sovereign authority. So human right does not stop you or do not stop any state from making laws to more or less cure a mischief which is harmful to society. But as you are doing that law, human rights too says that because there are rights which are universal, it's more or less deal with what we call your sovereignty, which or sovereignty does not become absolute. That's why human rights are extraterritorial, and make sure that whatever laws you do has to be consistent with what we call international custom. And the lawyers may call that one jus caution, because that your state practice or whatever you do based on your values must be consistent with international law. The law to allow you, human rights to allow you to object. So people talk about, we are talking about LGBTI now. In a case, LGBTI are no rights. Are no rights. The acts is what we are talking about. If somebody engaged in an act which our cultural values say they are harmful, then we proscribe that as criminal, and that is the acts. But as a human being, you are entitled, whether you are a criminal or you are a gay, you are entitled to certain rights. Then in the context of the charter, I was trying to say that the charter and the instruments that are available are what we call the International Bill of Rights. So the charter must be consistent with the existing Bill of Rights and what we call the 9 core human rights treaties, which the world or the member states, and I'm sure all of us here belong to the UN system, we have more or less subscribed to. Because the charter talks about sovereignty, I've tried to look at the various provisions. And all the provisions we look at on sovereignty, education, health, food, economic development, political, and what have you, are consistent with the International Bill of Rights, as well as the existing human rights frameworks at our regional level. And for purposes of this discussion, I want us to refer to the African Charter, because it's a unique charter. The African Charter, which I've brought all of us here, is the only charter in the world which goes beyond what we call the individual rights. It's a charter which takes into account the African reality. That is why it goes beyond the individual and talk about people. The people in this context look at our reality. And it sees Africa as a communitarian society. So we have communal values, and that's why when we deal with ourselves, we are not dealing with ourselves as, individuals. So it goes beyond what we call the first generation rights and answers the question of Ubuntu. So it's a collective rights document. It also guarantees the right to self-determination and sovereignty. So if you look at Article 20, 21, 22, 23, and 2022, for instance, it says that all peoples, for their own ends, must freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic and social development. And also, they must have the freedom to dispose of their natural wealth and resources without prejudice arising from any international cooperation and based on the principle of mutual benefit. It guarantees the right of all peoples to free themselves from foreign domination. We are talking about. So the African Charter has answered all the questions. It also guarantees that all people shall have the right to freely determine their economic, social, and cultural development with due regard to their freedom and identity and the enjoyment of common heritage. This African Charter. So all that we are doing with the African Charter, I'm missing the two, the Banjul Charter, let me call it the Banjul Charter, is consistent with what the African Charter is provided for. Article 17, for instance, also talks about the duty of states to promote and protect morals and traditional values. So it is very compliant. Article 18 of the African Charter states that family shall be the natural unit and the basis of society. Therefore, the state has a duty to take care of the physical and moral health of the society. It also imposes duty, which has to do with our values, and it said that every individual has the duty to preserve the harmonious development of the family and to work for the cohesion and respect of the family, and to respect parents and maintain them. It also talks about preservation and strengthening of positive African values in relation to other members of society, in the spirit of tolerance and consultation. So what are the points of convergence? It concerns considerable areas like protection of children from harm, right to life, education, right to education, right to religious and cultural freedom, right to marry and found a family through procreation, right to self-determination, I've said it, right to development. Again, that is the only charter which talks about the African reality. Human rights is not about just freedom of speech, freedom to participate, or freedom of choice. It talks about our reality, our underdevelopment. So that is the only charter in the world which talks about development as a human right. So it's addressing our poverty and extreme underdevelopment, and which for me is very critical. Right to food, right to a secure environment, or what we call intergenerational rights, and the right to self-determination, freely dispose of your natural wealth and resources through international cooperation. So when we come to right, our first contributor was talking about how we enter into contracts in terms of trade arrangements, and our resources are more or less become a curse. You get oil, you get gold, you got all these minerals, but when it comes to entering into international trade agreements, you are the mercy of the superpowers or the metropolis. So what are the challenges of the Charter? The sovereignty cannot be achieved without international cooperation. So more or less, the Charter is heavy or is so, internalized in the sense that it sees international cooperation more as an evasion. And it's not consistent with Article 55 and 56 of the UN Charter, which talks about development assistance, of course, based on mutual respect. In terms of strengthening national political and legal institutions, the Charter is a bit wary about international cooperation, and it's more or less suspicious of multilateralism and bilateralism. So talking about the UN system and its mechanisms. And I can tell on authority that international cooperation and assistance does not necessarily mean foreign domination of your economic space. Definitely we have political independence, but our economies are dominated from the metropolis. I don't want us to revisit 1960 and be talking about the new international economic order. We've gone beyond that. What are the opportunities that the Charter gives? It gives us the opportunity to refocus on positive African values of communitarianism and solidarity as leverage for our political and economic advancement. It seeks to confront the systemic challenge of overdependence on external development aid by African states without recourse to their domestic resource potentials. It also seeks to rekindle the vision of self-determination of African states to combat contemporary neo-colonial tendencies, including cultural imperialism. It affirms or reaffirms the values and identity of the African as key drivers of integration and African unity. So in conclusion, I want to state that human rights, values, and principles are universal and therefore non-negotiable or susceptible to trade-offs. Human rights, values, and principles respect state sovereignty and acknowledge the existence of regional peculiarities or cultural diversity in the African society. The Charter, to some extent, converges with human rights instruments. Nevertheless, there are challenges grounded in human rights deficits that potentially may undermine its efficacy and survival as an instrument aimed at addressing threats of erosion of sovereignty of African states and their family values. So it has laudable vision of building a sovereign.
Please, let's applaud him and give the floor because there are others who are still waiting on.
So I end on the note that the Charter in terms of human rights should be consistent with rights that have attained the status of norms of jus function in international law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The second one, yes, the floor is yours. Please do respect the timing, okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. My name is Sarah Nahumitsa from Uganda. I work with Uganda Human Rights Commission, a national human rights institution in Uganda. with a mandate to protect and promote human rights in the country. And since its inception, we have been in accredited A status, and I bring greetings from my chairperson, who wasn't able to be here with us. The presenter that has just left the floor has dwelled a lot on the African Charter on human and people's rights, and so I'll go to the international human rights instruments mainly. We are looking at the compatibility of the African Charter on protection of the family, sovereignty, and religious and cultural values. Now, this charter seeks to preserve, protect, and strengthen the African family, sovereignty, religious and cultural values from the African context. The basis of doing this is that there are some ideologies, some theories, and policies that are pushing for an agenda that may contravene the African values in the family and sovereignty, the way we know them in Africa. So I'll go and look at specific rights that the Charter brings forward and how these rights are in line or are in agreement with the existing human rights standards. We begin by, first of all, the definition of the family and the fact that the family needs protection. When you look at the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in Article 16, Sub-Article 3, it defines the family as a natural and fundamental group unit of society, and therefore is entitled to be protected by state and society. The family, being the smallest unit of society, is an amalgamation of what society is, and therefore it's very important that it's protected. And this charter seeks to do this, and this is what the UDHR says. Even the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights in Article 10, Sub-Article 1, states the same. We have the Covenant on the Rights of Persons with Disability, also stating protection of the family. And then we have the international, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child in Article 18, also seeking for protection of the family by the states. So in this way, the draft charter is very much aligned with the existing human rights instruments. When you look at the right to life, where the charter seeks to protect children, especially because of the advent of legalizing abortion by the Sexual and Reproductive Health and Rights, and then distortion of some definitions with the advent of SOGI. So the right to life for children is protected under the Convention on the Rights of the Child in Article 6. It states that children have an inherent right to life, and that states should ensure that they are protected. It's possible, to the extent possible, for survival and development. The Universal Declaration, Article 3, gives the right of life to everybody, not only children. For everything that we do as adults, whether as parents or as leaders, it's clear in the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, as well as the Convention on the Rights of Children, that it should be done in the interest of children. But with the advent of some of these policies, there is what is called body autonomy, and children, this includes children, they will have a right to decide without the guidance of children, or without the guidance of their parents. And yet whatever has to be done for the child, their best interest must be put in context. So in this way, the Charter very much so agrees with the existing the existing human rights instruments. And then children also are entitled to parental care. This is properly articulated in the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. They are clearly articulated. Then also the Charter seeks to protect and preserve the responsibilities and the rights of parents that they have on their children, which some of these new policies take away, because now the children can decide to do whatever they want without the consent and without the guidance of their children. So we have so many of the existing human rights instruments that are protecting this. The CRC Article 7 does that, and the children are entitled to be taken care of by their children, by their parents, also including the legal guardians. We have the African Charter on Rights and Welfare of the Children, Article 19, also protecting
1 minute
that.
left, please. 1 minute left.
Okay, let me go to the challenges, I think. Having looked through the Charter, I see there are certain provisions that may need review. When you look at Article 7 of the Charter, subsection B, preserving African health and traditional healing knowledge. This is very important, it's key, but note should be taken regarding rudimentary African practices. For example, we have what we used to call traditional birth attendants in Uganda, and given the fact that we have had milestones in the reduction of infant and maternal mortality rates, so the Charter needs to be cautious about this. Then 2, Article 7, Sub-Article 1E of the draft Charter states that for any vaccination mandates...
Thank you, Madam. Thank you. There are still 3 persons waiting for us. There are 2 persons online. Thank you very much. Let's applaud her, please. Let's call Camelia. Camelia from Morocco, so that she can share with us. The floor is yours. Please, the technical services. We need to hear from Camelia. 5 minutes.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Hello?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Honorable speakers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Camelia, and I'm the representative of the National Institution of Human Rights in Morocco, CNDH. It's an honor to speak at this panel and to do so on behalf of Mrs. Amina Bouayesh, who is the president of the CNDH and the chair of the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions, who extends her warmest greetings to this conference and to everyone who has worked to bring it to this 4th edition. The panel before us asks how this charter process relates to existing human rights instruments. It is a real question, and it deserves a direct answer. One that starts not from legal texts, but from what we actually observe in the lives of our African families. So what do we see on the ground? Across this continent, the family remains the most important protective institution that exists. Not the states, not international bodies, but the family. It absorbs shocks that no formal system could absorb. It transmits values, language, and identity across generations. It provides care where care systems do not reach. Its resilience over centuries and across every kind of external pressure is something that deserves genuine respect and genuine protection. At the same time, families are not always safe spaces for everyone within them. The most vulnerable members, such as children women without independent legal standing, elderly persons with no resources of their own are sometimes the ones least protected precisely because they are inside their family. This is not a comfortable observation, of course, but it is a consistent one seen across different countries and different contexts. And a framework that is serious about protecting African families has to be honest about this the full picture. These two truths are not in contradiction. They are both part of what protecting the family actually means. I will build my intervention over four main observations, and I will try to be very quick in my intervention. The first observation on the relationship with the existing instruments. International human rights standards are not external imposition. They are universal commitments negotiated and agreed upon by states, including African states, and as a shared framework for protecting the dignity of every person. The foundation is not the question. What is in question is what this conference rightly addresses. It is how those standards are applied, by whom, and with what degree of genuine consultation with the societies they are meant to serve. When implementation lacks local ownership and institutional grounding, standards that are right in principle can produce some outcomes that fall short in practice. This is a problem of implementation, not a problem with the standards themselves. The African human rights architecture, the Banjul Charter, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and more recently, the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, was built precisely to translate universal human rights commitments into the specific realities of our continent. These instruments do not stand apart from the international framework. They deepen it. They bring it closer to the ground. They address the particular vulnerabilities that African families and individuals face in language and through mechanisms that are rooted in African legal traditions and accountable to African populations. The Charter process now before this conference belongs in the same lineage, not as a departure from international human rights standards, but as a contribution to their fuller and more grounded application. So the question before this conference is therefore how to ensure that those instruments are implemented with the depth, the ownership, and the institutional capacity that actually serve African families. That requires engagement, not distance. And it requires African institutions, parliaments, national human rights institutions, courts, civil society to be active participants in how universal standards are interpreted and applied, rather than passive recipients of frameworks designed elsewhere.
2 minutes left.
The second observation on putting women at the center. It is not possible to speak seriously about protecting African families or family values without speaking about the position of women within the family, because in practice, it is women who carry the family. They are the primary caregivers. They transmit culture, language, and moral formation from one generation to the next. They hold extended family networks together under conditions of often extreme difficulty. In contexts of conflict, displacement, or economic crisis, it is frequently women who keep the family intact when everything else is falling apart. This means that protecting women, their legal standing within the family, their access to healthcare, their protection from violence, their ability to make decisions is not a separate agenda from protecting the whole family. It is what protecting the family concretely requires. These are not two different goals pulling in different directions. They are the same goal seen from different angles. And the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, for all the legitimate questions it has raised about some of its language, exists because violence against women within family settings is a documented reality across our continent. Acknowledging that reality is not an attack on the family. It is a sign of taking the family seriously enough to want it to be a safe place for everyone inside it. I'm moving to the third observation on children and
Can the technical service help us so that we can listen to the following, Doctor?
I will be very quick. The same logic applies to children. International human rights laws, including the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, the African Charter on the Rights of the Children, recognizes the family as the natural environment for the child's growth. Parents and families are the first and most important protectors of children. But the protection of children is only complete when it reaches them wherever they are. So a framework that protects children from external threats but has nothing to say about the situations where harm originates closer to home, leaves a gap.
To hear the following.
That's a big gap where children can fall into. I think I will
Thank
conclude,
you very much.
I will conclude,
please,
in less than 1 minute.
So that we can listen to
Dr.
Ojukwu.
Are very powerful anchors. So they reflect what our African societies have always known, that human dignity is not abstract. It is lived inside families.
In our language we say, which means that he goes on speaking. So let's listen to Dr. Ojukwu now. 5 minutes, Doctor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator and co-discussants and colleagues. It is really heartwarming to be part of this conference, which has Africa at the heart of its constitution. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we are catching you very well. Goes on.
Thank you very much. The duty before us is to look at the Charter in comparison with other international human rights instruments. And as national human rights institutions that have the duty for promotion and protection of human rights, I would like to also look at how this is going to affect us in our work, as national human rights institutions, because at the end of the day, we shall have the duty to implement this charter. Now, if you look at the charter's provision, a lot has been said about the family. There's no doubt that the family plays a key role in the upbringing of a nation, the family, and so on and so forth. And the attitude of the Charter to the family is also in consonance with other international human rights instruments. My colleagues from Uganda have pointed out the UDHR and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, as well as other international instruments. The issue of sovereignty, whereas the Charter looks at sovereignty as a more of national sovereignty and resistance to any external influence in law, other international instruments look at sovereignty from a wider perspective, from the issue of self-determination to the issue of control over one's economic resources and other things like that. Also, on the issue of religion and culture, the Charter is very heavy on the issue of African religions and cultural values to be involved in policy making and interpretation of rights. Other international instruments like the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights in Article 18 and 18.1 and 2 also share the same sentiment about freedom to practice your religion and your faith and belief and so on and so forth. So, but when it gets to parental rights, you find out that the Charter is very heavy on emphasizing that parents have a primary decision makers regarding children's education, health, moral upbringing, and so on and so forth. And this is a little bit in contradiction with some other international instruments like the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which clearly states that children should participate in decisions affecting them and they should be given opportunity to express their opinions and so on and so forth. So, but the Charter seems to suggest that the child, the parents should talk for the children and not children talk for themselves. I can give you an example on one of the advantages of children, hearing the opinion of children in taking decisions concerning them. If you travel and you want to buy things for your daughter, for instance, you may want to buy the best shoe that will cost you $500 and all that. But if you take for 1 minute and call your daughter and say, okay, Juju, what do you want me to buy for you? You'll be shocked that maybe he will say you should buy her a Barbie doll or something which will cost you only $20. And so involving children in taking decisions concerning them, I think is a valid provision in the Child Rights Act. The controversial area is really
Dr.
the issue of sexual and reproductive rights, which
2 more minutes for Dr. Tony.
Which the chapter absolutely rejects, as being a kind of imposition on African values. But however, you find out that in other African instruments passed by African Parliament, you have the Maputo Protocol, which is an African instrument, which has also given women the right to fertility and to control their contraception and so on and so forth. So these are two conflicting voices from Africa. How are you going to deal with that? The African Commission on Human and People's Rights has also interpreted the African Charter that in terms of discrimination, sexual orientation and sexual identity, gender identity cannot be used as grounds for discrimination. So how do you deal with two documents coming from Africa and that are all in opposite direction? On the issue of gender and sexuality, of course, the Charter, has a very big critique on understanding gender.
Sorry, I'm afraid I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you, please. It would be better to share the document we have with us. Now? We are going to listen to the last one. We are sorry. I apologize for interrupting you. The time is running. Then let's listen to the last panelist. Yes, Madam, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Then I'll be concluding there then. Thank you very much.
Distingués participants, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est un immense honneur pour moi de participer à cette importante rencontre organisée autour du thème « Consolider le consensus parlementaire, promouvoir la charte africaine sur les valeurs familiales et la souveraineté ». Je propose qu'on projette ma communication en anglais, s'il vous plaît. La régie. J'exprime donc ma profonde gratitude aux organisateurs pour avoir réuni parlementaires, experts, décideurs, leaders religieux et représentants de la société civile. Je suis la représentante de la Commission permanente indépendante des droits de l'homme de l'Organisation de la coopération islamique. L'OCI, comme vous le savez, est la deuxième plus grande organisation intergouvernementale après l'ONU, regroupant 57 États membres sur 80 continents et sur 4 continents et représentant plus de 2 milliards de personnes. Et la CPIDH, la Commission permanente indépendante des droits de l'homme, accorde une attention particulière à la famille en tant qu'unité naturelle et fondamentale de la société. Mesdames et messieurs, pour le premier point, je vais essayer de développer en quelques points le rôle central de la famille dans la société. Cela a été déjà fait, mais on ne le dira jamais assez, à travers l'histoire de la famille, la famille nucléaire et ou élargie est le premier cadre d'éducation, de protection, de solidarité et de socialisation. C'est au sein de la famille que se transmettent les valeurs morales, se forgent les identités et se consolide la cohésion sociale. La famille demeure l'unité naturelle et fondamentale de la société, pilier essentiel de la stabilité sociale et de la paix durable. Aujourd'hui, les institutions familiales font face à des mutations profondes. Nous avons la mondialisation, les difficultés économiques, les influences du numérique, l'évolution des modes de vie. Et dans de nombreuses sociétés, nous constatons la baisse de taux de mariage, la hausse des divorces, le recul de la solidarité intergénérationnelle et la fragmentation sociale croissante. Et pour le deuxième point, je vais faire le lien entre la famille, les droits de l'homme et la diversité culturelle. Et sur cette question, je dirais que les questions relatives à la famille constituent un des sujets les plus sensibles du débat international sur les droits de l'homme. Les nombreux États de l'OCI considèrent que les questions liées au mariage doivent être appréhendées à la lumière de leur contexte religieux, culturel et constitutionnel. Des préoccupations existent sur la promotion dans les enceintes internationales de concepts ne faisant pas l'objet d'un consensus universel entre les États. Les débats sur l'orientation sexuelle et l'identité de genre SOGI suscitent des approches divergentes au niveau juridique, culturel et politique. L'universalité des droits de l'homme doit s'accompagner, nous pensons, d'un respect égal de la diversité culturelle, des valeurs religieuses et de l'égalité souveraine des États. Le dialogue doit reposer sur l'inclusivité, le respect mutuel et la construction d'un véritable consensus, non sur la conditionnalité ou la polarisation. Mesdames et messieurs, sur le troisième point que je vais développer sur le chapitre, sous le titre de la famille dans les instruments internationaux des droits de l'homme, on l'a déjà dit ici, les instruments internationaux ne disent pas autre chose. Vous avez à l'article 16 de la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme qui stipule que la famille est l'élément naturel et fondamental de la société et a droit à la protection de la société et de l'État. Le pacte international relatif aux droits civils et politiques PIDCP reconnaît la protection de la famille. Le pacte international relatif aux droits économiques, sociaux et culturels établit les obligations des États. La Convention relative aux droits de l'enfant impose la protection de l'assistance les plus larges possibles. Et ces instruments consacrent la responsabilité des États de soutenir les familles dans l'exercice de leurs fonctions sociales essentielles. Pour ce qui est du quatrième point, je vais vous partager la perspective de l'OCI et de la CPIDH. La charte de l'OCI reconnaît la famille comme cellule naturelle et essentielle de la société et appelle les États membres à préserver son rôle. La déclaration de Jeddah de 2017 a été adoptée lors de la première conférence ministérielle sur le mariage et la famille. La stratégie de l'OCI pour l'autonomisation et l'institution du mariage et de la famille est un cadre politique global. La déclaration du Caire, révisée sur les droits de l'homme, dispositions importantes sur le mariage, la famille, la dignité et la cohésion. La CPIDH poursuit son action à travers la recherche, le dialogue politique et la coopération institutionnelle pour les approches équilibrées.
2 secondes.
Je voudrais juste parler du rôle des parlementaires ici présents et des organes législatifs. Les parlementaires nationaux sont les gardiens des cadres juridiques. Ils doivent veiller à ce que les lois reflètent les principes constitutionnels et les valeurs sociétales. Les cadres législatifs sont clairs et essentiels. Cela voudra dire qu'il faut protéger le mariage et la famille. Les États doivent conserver le rôle souverain d'élaborer les législations familiales. Les parlementaires doivent élaborer avec soin les recommandations internationales pour assurer leur compatibilité
Merci,
avec
madame.
les
Vous allez
systèmes
nous
juridiques.
partager vos notes
Et en termes de
avec les
recommandations
rapporteurs.
et conclusions, je vous partage ces documents. Je vous remercie.
Honorable members of parliament, due to time constraints, won't be able to take questions from the audience. We are sorry. I would like to say thank you to our panelists and thank you very much for your attention. And let's think that the charter we are going to adopt is not about going back, but will be going forward. So sovereignty and human rights, we must work together, not fighting each other. And I hope that when we go back home, we will align our family code with the charter. The charter will align our family codes and our ratified treaties with the charter we're going to adopt. Thank you very much. Have a nice night, evening. Sorry.
Questions?
Merci beaucoup, député et Speaker of the Reading Parliament. Housekeeping announcement. We'll be going for, please, let's give it out to them. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Those who want to have a short coffee break, you can go and take a snack out, but we'll continue the program. So if you want to have a coffee, cocoa, Milo, you can just go to the back here and have your coffee and cocoa, but we'll continue. Now we are moving straight to the last but not the least, because we have a dinner for delegates. Speaker would like to meet all the delegates. We want to move to the first one that we're supposed to have, which is all the speakers, especially the speaker from Madagascar, the speaker, the leader from South Africa, the leader from Burkina Faso, and the leader of the delegation from Nigeria. Okay. So we have, I'm told the Nigeria delegations have not been able to make it. So we have, you are there. Oh, Nigeria is around. Okay, so please, the Speaker of Madagascar, South Africa, Burkina Faso, and Nigeria. Please, can you take your seat? With my greatest honor, I want to invite the head of delegation, the Deputy Speaker of Zimbabwe, Right Honorable Chichi Gezi, to take the podium and do justice with all these 4 people within 15 minutes. Thank you very much. 20? 25. Okay, she said 25. As a deputy speaker, I have to obey her. So 25 minutes. If you are given time to speak, please speak and be precise and concise. Thank you.
South Africa.
Right.
Good evening, everybody. The Speaker of Parliament of Ghana, Right Honorable Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin, Honorable Speakers and Deputy Speakers of African Parliaments, President and Deputy President of the Senate here present, heads of delegations, distinguished members of Parliament from across our beloved continent, ladies and gentlemen.
It is with profound honor and humility that I stand here to moderate this session on the topic sovereignty and cultural preservation, implications for law making and governance. We gather today to affirm that African people have the sovereign right to define, protect, and transmit their values, cultures, and identities. That right must be exercised through our laws, governance, and parliaments. As an assembly of African peoples, we agree that the preservation of family values is not only a domestic concern, but a continental imperative. Honorable delegates, globalization has proven to be not only an economic phenomenon, it is a cultural force that, often without announcement, carries a set of values, assumptions, and social norms shaped by societies far from our shores. The African Charter on Human and People's Rights, our continental human rights instrument, and the African Union's Agenda 2063 envision nothing less than an Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values, and ethics. Yet our African sovereignty, particularly cultural sovereignty, faces both external and internal threats. But I have my panelists here who will address both dimensions of these threats. I'm sorry, my panelists were 4, but it seems 2 haven't turned up, so we only have 2 panelists. My panelists today are representatives from parliaments and governments across our continent. For our main panel, I think the main panelist is also not here, the Minister of Tourism. Please, may you confirm? The Minister of Tourism is not. Thank you. She is not around. So our panelists are from South Africa, Honorable Zandile Majosi, and Burkina Faso, Honorable David Lompo. As we begin our panel discussion, I propose the following format to help us make the most of our limited time. Remember, we only have 25 minutes. But if we can save the other 5 minutes, people will be happy for us. Following the panel contributions, I will open the floor for contribution from the plenary for approximately 10 minutes. I will start with Honorable Lompo from Madagascar. Sorry, Honorable Lompo from Burkina Faso.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Je crois que je ne serai pas très long. Et on doit pouvoir gagner le temps que vous recherchez. Alors, Madame la modératrice, Mesdames et Messieurs les présidents du Parlement, honorables parlementaires, je voudrais tout d'abord remercier les organisateurs de cette importante conférence qui nous réunit autour de 2 questions essentielles pour l'avenir de notre continent, la souveraineté et la préservation de notre identité culturelle, pour ce qui concerne ce panel. Je donnerai juste le cas du Burkina pour que ça puisse peut-être servir d'exemple. Donc pour le Burkina Faso, ces 2 notions sont indissociables. Sous l'impulsion de la révolution progressiste populaire conduite par le capitaine Ibrahim Traoré, notre pays a fait le choix d'affirmer sa souveraineté en s'appuyant sur ses propres valeurs, son histoire et son patrimoine culturel. Et cette vision se traduit d'abord dans notre action législative que nous menons tous les jours. En 2023, l'Assemblée législative de transition, devenue maintenant Assemblée législative du peuple, a adopté une nouvelle loi portant protection, sauvegarde et valorisation du patrimoine culturel. Ce texte renforce la protection de nos biens culturels contre le trafic illicite et les menaces liées aux conflits armés, tout en imposant la prise en compte du patrimoine dans les grands projets de développement. Nous avons également renforcé la protection des des droits d'auteur et engagé la valorisation de produits emblématiques comme le faso d'Amfani, alors que je porte devant vous. C'est le tissu tissé par nos braves dames qui font l'artisanat avec donc notre coton. Donc c'est notre coton, ce sont nos fils et nous nous habillons de cela. Et c'est un exemple que je porte ici. Bon, donc également, il y a le chapeau de saponné et bien d'autres produits que nous avons labellisés pour éviter donc la contrefaçon et le piratage. Au niveau de la gouvernance, le Burkina Faso a mis en place des mécanismes innovants de transmission culturelle, notamment à travers les trésors humains vivants qui permettent de préserver et de transmettre les savoirs ancestraux aux jeunes générations. Cette année, nous en avons eu plusieurs, presque dans toutes les régions. Nous avons nommé des trésors humains vivants dans presque tous les domaines de la culture. Nous avons également instauré le mois du patrimoine burkinabé pour renforcer la conscience historique et culturelle de nos populations, tout en développant une collaboration entre les acteurs de la culture et les forces de défense et de sécurité pour la protection de notre patrimoine. Enfin, nous continuons de promouvoir nos mécanismes traditionnels de cohésion sociale, tels que la parenté à plaisanterie, qui demeure un puissant instrument de paix et de vivre ensemble. Mesdames et messieurs, l'expérience du Burkina montre que la souveraineté politique ne peut être pleinement réalisée sans souveraineté culturelle. Préserver notre identité, protéger nos valeurs et transmettre notre héritage aux générations futures constituent des conditions essentielles pour bâtir une Afrique forte, fière de ses racines et maîtresse de son destin. La patrie ou la mort, nous vaincrons. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lompo. I call upon Honorable Zandile Majosi to take the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Moderator, for the opportunity, honorable speakers present at this conference, honorable of the religious fraternity, honorable of parliament in attendance, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, thank you most sincerely for the honor to extend the invitation to the Parliament of South Africa to be part of the proceedings. We also appreciate the theme which enjoined us all to share our diverse experiences under topic sovereignty and cultural preservation's implication for lawmaking and governance. To us, as South Africa is taking place during the year the country is celebrating 31 years since the adoption of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. A moment that requires to reflect on the journey traveled since 1996 and assess the extent to which the fundamental freedoms and rights this Constitution has provided and protect it. Did it bring about a society we all envisaged? Allow me to also underscore that all nations throughout civilization define who they are, attempt to agree on what is common and binds their people together. Nations also endeavor to develop consensus or what constitutes their national interests. South Africa is no different from the rest of the world. South Africans as a people have embarked on the process to define the country's national interest so as to have a precise understanding of how we want to project our country internationally. As a beneficiary of many acts, my apologies. I think I have lost my notes. South Africans as a people have embarked on the process to define the country's national interests so as to have a precise understanding of how we want to project our country internationally. As a beneficiary of many acts of selfless solidarity in the past, South Africa believes strongly that what it wishes for its people should be what it wishes for the citizens of the world. In pursuing our nation interest, our decisions are informed by a desire for a just, human, and equitable world order of greater security, peace, dialogue, and economic justice. We are an African country whose fortunes are inextricably connected to those of our sister countries in the region and in the continent. Our foreign policy engagements are therefore anchored in the African agenda. The cornerstone of human rights protection in South Africa is the 1996 Constitution, particularly Chapter 2, which speaks of the Bill of Rights, which is enshrined fundamental rights such as equality, dignity, freedom, and access to justice. The Constitution obliges the state to respect, protect, promote, and fulfill these rights, binding all branches of government and, in certain cases, private entities. Section 36 allows for limitation of rights, but only under strict conditions, ensuring that rights are not arbitrarily restricted. The protection of human rights in South Africa is deeply rooted in the country's transition from apartheid to democracy. During apartheid, laws such as the Group Area Act and past laws systematically denied black South African political, social, and economic rights. The 1996 Constitution marked a transformative shift guaranteeing rights to all individuals, including refugees and foreign nationals. Despite strong legal frameworks, challenges remain, including socio-economic inequalities, access to justice, and the implementation of development rights such as education, healthcare, and housing. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa explicitly outlawed discrimination based on sexual orientation. Ratified in 1996, it was the first national constitution globally to protect the rights of the LGBTQ+ individuals. The foundation of the LGBTQ+ rights in South Africa in Section 9(3) of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. It states that the state may not unfairly discriminate directly or indirectly against anyone on several grounds, including sexual orientation, race, gender, and sex, marital status, age, and disability. If we could forgive our oppressors, if we could forgive people who brutally abused us, then in the apartheid regime, even now we can be able to accept our fellow brothers and sisters that we live with. Based on this constitutional mandate, the Parliament and Government of the Republic of South Africa has enacted the following sweeping legislative protection and landmark court rulings. Marriage equality, same-sex marriage has been legal since the passage of the Civil Union Act in 2006. Joint adoption, same-sex couples have full equal rights to adopt children or co-parent. Hate crimes, the Prevention and Combating of Hate Crimes and Hate Speech Bill criminalizes bias-motivated crimes based on sexual orientation. Human rights play a vital role in South Africa's democracy, serving as the foundation of for promoting and protecting individual dignity, freedom, and well-being from the devastation of over 300 years of colonialization and apartheid. South Africa has, over the last 30 years of democracy, come a long way in inculcating a culture of human rights and social justice into the very fabric of our society we have enjoyed so far.
You are left with
It is important
2 minutes.
for all laws to be aligned to the principles
Honorable
and ethos
Majosi,
of our
you are left
Constitution,
with 2 minutes.
to ensure that persistent inequalities shaped by race, a direct consequence of apartheid, are addressed. Agenda 2063 in South Africa is implemented through the National Development Plan. The strategy aims to eliminate poverty, reduce inequality, and drive inclusive economic growth, while deeply integrating South Africa into the broader African continental economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, honorable panelists. I thank you for your wisdom, the honesty of your experience, and your commitment to Africa's cultural future. You have demonstrated that the diversity of our continent is not a weakness, it is our greatest strategic asset. Different traditions, different legislative models, and different experiences of external pressure, and yet one shared unshakable conviction that African peoples have the right to govern themselves according to their own values, on their own terms, through their own democratically constituted institutions. We have come to the end of this session. I thank you all for listening. Tatenda, Asante, Messi. We are done.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, honorable panelists. We are not taking questions because of the time. We are grateful to you. Merci beaucoup, honorable Deputy President. Merci. Can we give them a round of applause? All too soon, we've come to the last session for today. We want to take solidarity messages from some of our partners. The first partner can quickly join us from East Africa Legislative Assembly. Can we give it up for our honorable colleague from East Africa Legislative Assembly? Honorable, the next person is from AFBA. 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 African Bar Association. Anybody from the African Bar Association? Okay, my French is not good, so I'm going to translate in French. Then the next person is from FACH. FACH. Okay. FACH. Then we have CCI. Anyone from CCI? Okay, Christian Cancer International from Netherlands. Please take the podium. Then ACPF. ACPF. Anyone from ACPF? Please come closer. Last but not the least, AUC. African Union Commission on Human and People's Rights. So we'll start with our colleague from East Africa Legislative Assembly. 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Honorable, who is also our moderator of today. My name is Jacqueline Amongin, and I'm a member of the East African Parliament. And on behalf of the Speaker of the East African Legislative Assembly, I would like to present a solidarity statement. I am a commissioner of the Parliament, and I'm also the Secretary General of the Africa Network of Parliamentarians on Climate Change. The representative of the President of Ghana, the representative of the Speaker of Ghana, honorable speakers and honorable members of Parliament, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I bring you warm greetings from the Speaker and members of the East African Legislative Assembly, an assembly that brings 8 member countries making laws on behalf of the people of East Africa. Allow me at the outset to warmly congratulate His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana and the Parliament of Ghana, for successfully hosting this 4th Inter-Parliamentary Conference on Family, Sovereignty, and Values. The Republic of Ghana has once again demonstrated commendable leadership in convening critical conversations on Africa's futures, sovereignty, and development. Indeed, as Kwame Nkrumah, Ghana's founding president, once reminded us, we face neither east nor west, but we face forward. This conference embodies that forward-looking African vision grounded in independence of thought and policy. And it's on this note that one of the great forefathers once said that every generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its historical mission and either fulfill it or betray it. Dear honorable members, the ball is on our hands as we have the right time for the right people to uphold the African values and African values that are shared. I also wish to commend His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda and the Chair of the East Africa Heads of State Summit, together with the Parliament of Uganda, for hosting the first 3 conferences that have built to the Ghana historic meeting. Those earlier gatherings laid a strong foundation for what is now emerging as a significant African parliamentary movement, one dedicated to safeguarding the family, defending national sovereignty, and strengthening African ownership of policy development. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the East African Legislative Assembly fully understands the pressures that regional institutions face in today's development environment, increasingly
Increasingly, development assistance and external financing are accompanied by ideological programming and legislative expectations that may not always reflect the constitutional traditions, cultural values, or democratic choices of the African people. In this regard, therefore, we recall the words of Mwalimu Julius Nyerere, who cautioned, "We must run while others walk, because the world does not wait for us. But in running, we must remain anchored in our own values, our own laws, and our own national priorities." One notable example has been the repeated introduction of the sexual and reproductive health and rights legislation at the East African Legislative Assembly. Despite the fact that some of the texts could be good, across these 3 consecutive assemblies, concerns have been raised that some provision may conflict with constitutional frameworks and public policy position adopted by several partner states. Yet such initiatives continue to receive strong backing, often supported by substantial financial resources, technical expertise, and international frameworks capable of exerting significant influence on regional institutions and processes. This reality raises an important question for all of us. The question is, how can African institutions remain accountable first and foremost to African citizens, African constitutions, and African priorities, dear honorable members, as emphasized in the African Union's Agenda 2063 and the Africa Protocol on Human and People's Rights. Africa must pursue an Africa whose development is people-driven, relying on potential of African people. It is for this reason that this conference is both timely and very critical. This gathering embodies what genuine African sovereignty should look like. It brings Africans together to deliberate African challenges and to formulate African solutions. It is a forum driven not by externalities or conditionalities, but by conviction, dialogue, and a shared commitment to the welfare of our people. Most importantly, this conference stands as a powerful example of African ownership. It is funded by Africans, organized by Africans, and focused on issues that Africans themselves have identified as central to their future. That is the very essence of sovereignty. We should walk the talk. As parliamentarians, we have a duty to ensure that development partnerships strengthen rather than weaken our institutions, that cooperation respects rather than replaces national constitutional orders, and that progress never comes at the expense of our people's rights to determine their own social, cultural, and legislative priorities. The East African Legislative Assembly, therefore, welcomes and supports continued parliamentary dialogue on family, sovereignty, development, and value, essential pillars of African future. In our plenary that commences next week, we intend to table in the floor of Parliament, because in this meeting we're talking about action, we intend to table a bill on African families and values. We call for your support towards these measures. We also commend the honorable members of Parliament who have championed this cause, and we call upon all of you to adopt the African Charter on Families. Madasesi Moetie Me, Nyamesrau Ghana, Nyamesrau President John Mahama Dramadi, Nyamesrau Honorable Alban Sumana, na Speaker of Parliament, ne Deputy Speaker Andrews Ashimana. Nyamesrau East Africa, Nyamesrau Africa, Shukran, merci beaucoup.
Nyamishra Munyira. Thank you very much, honorable colleague. The next to give a solidarity message is from from the African Bar Association. Shall we?
Your Excellencies, Right Honorable Speakers, Deputy Speakers, Members of Parliament, and the civil society, I'm Augustine Richard Kaketo. I convene the Family Law Committee of the African Bar Association. It is not for the drinking, it is the lawyers' gathering. And it was founded in 1971, generally to convene individual lawyers and bar associations at various country level. We engage in litigation, advisory for legislation, and programming. The African Bar Association has been associated with these conferences from the very beginning, partly because the African Bar Association raised the first flag when the African, Caribbean, and Pacific states were negotiating the now Samoa Agreement, then the post-Cotonou Agreement. Realizing that this trade agreement had infused into itself a category of human rights that was going to be antithetical to African culture and progress. We raised the matter again in our conference, first in Niamey, 2021 in Niger, and we discussed the matter again in 2022 in Malawi. That's when a decision was made on realizing that members of parliament, the representatives of the peoples of Africa, were not well represented or even listened to during the negotiations of the now Samoa Agreement. We decided that we will instigate the convergence of members of parliament and speakers who would be open to listening to this side of events. You are aware that this conference and the African Charter that we are about to adopt has suffered a lot of attack, first on the individuals involved, then onto the conference itself, and the Charter has been one of the most discussed documents. I would like to invite you to affirm yourselves that the pressures and resistance to this charter actually justify the charter. It is the reason we need this charter. It is the reason we must adopt it. The adversaries and opponents of the charter rely on a reinterpretation of the international human rights instruments. Sexual and reproductive health and rights are not existent in any core international human rights instrument. I would like to be challenged on that. They are all a product of conferences, programming from UNFPA, WHO, etc. For some reason, these rights that are called pseudo-rights have made their way into the foreign policy of the European Union. So it is now part of the European Union foreign policy to promote sexual and reproductive health and rights. But when you ask a promoter of sexual and reproductive health and rights for all, what these rights look like for a 10-year-old, they can't explain. What do sexual rights look like for a 10-year-old? Do we know? So this problem has to be dealt with by the creation of an African regional international law, which will then guide our parliaments and our litigators in reinterpreting the documents we have. So I'd like to commend you all for supporting the Charter, and the African Bar Association, in particular the Family Law Committee, is excited to continue associating with this process. Thank you very much.
He's done it right under 2 minutes. And so the next solidarity message is coming from Foundation for Africa Culture Heritage. 2 minutes.
Well, thank you very much. Let me start on existing protocol. And first of all, the Foundation for African Cultural Heritage. We want to thank the Ghana government and the Ghana, specifically the Ghana Parliament, for putting up this very successful, beautiful conference. We thank the Speaker of the Parliament for his brilliant presentation, and all the speakers who spoke this morning, the organizers of this conference. Many of members of the African Cultural Heritage will be here. The African Cultural Heritage is a coalition of values-based NGOs and organizations in Nigeria. I hope we all know that Nigeria is the most populous African country. So Nigeria is a giant. Nigeria remains a giant. So we are about 35 in number. It's a very big body, a coalition of all the values-based NGOs in Nigeria. And we are doing a lot. I wouldn't say, I'm not trying to praise ourselves, but we have doing a lot because we started working together because I attended a meeting in Abuja, which is the capital of Nigeria, many years ago. I'm also a lawyer, and I also go to the United Nations, and I'm also in the media, so I quite have enormous knowledge of what is happening. I've been in it for the past 35 years, so I will explain. We're in that meeting in Abuja, and they were saying, why is it that African countries have not been completely destroyed? I was in the meeting, This is not hearsay. A meeting of journalists. I'm a journalist. And some of them said it's because of their cultural and religious values. They said it. And the answer they gave them, when I say they, people who came from the West, I remember professor, I would not like to mention their names, who are supporting all this. We know their names. If you want, I can mention their names in Africa, those who are doing this havoc. That's why we are very happy that Burkina Faso has recently expelled some of these foreign NGOs who are doing havoc in Burkina Faso and in Africa. And we are wondering why other African countries have not followed suit and expelled them. This is something that I was just looking at. Just look at these chambers, very intelligent people, unbelievable. And then a few riffraffs from outside are imposing things on us, and we are just watching, It's annoying to me maybe because of my training as a lawyer. It's my right to ensure that you don't impose foreign things on me. Because I'm a human being. I have my own right to. So don't impose anyone on me. So in that meeting in Abuja, they said, if religious and cultural values are the obstacle, enter them and try to destroy them. I heard it. Shortly after that, some entered some churches in Nigeria, pretending as they were members of the church. Some went to the universities to start a course, year one course, that has to do with LGBT. We had their names and we monitored. So after that, we started the Coalition for African Cultural Heritage. And we have achieved a lot. That makes me, I was sitting there and I was always agitated. I said, look, we can do it. Because in Nigeria, to a certain extent, we have done something. We don't have money, okay? This coalition. Okay, I just come here, I paid my way, okay? That's why I go to the UN, I pay my way. But we are achieving slowly. For instance, we destroyed the abortion law in Nigeria, euphemistically expressed as women's reproductive rights. They have so many euphemisms and soft language that you don't understand, okay? At the United Nations, when the phrase gender equality comes up, all the nations will say, no, we don't want it. All nations, except South Africa. I'm sorry. South Africa is not always with us. They say no. Oh, it's only time. Anyway, so we are here and we are very happy. And members of FAC have been sending messages. I'll be telling them what has happened, and they're happy. They will have loved to be here, but they have traveled. That's why they are not here. So we are completely in support of this conference and want the assignment to be given to us, and we're ready to work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next solidarity message is coming from the Christian Council International, our brother from Netherlands.
Yes. Thank you very much for having me here in West Africa. I thank you for this invitation. It's already my fourth participation in the Inter-Parliamentary Conferences, also in Entebbe and now for the first time in Ghana. Before you stands a man. He's a father of 6 children, 4 boys, 2 girls, a Christian, and 28 years married, and it's a blessing every day. Then I have a connection with Africa because I'm here from Europe, from the Netherlands in Africa. I lived in Guinea, Conakry, for the mission for our church for a couple of times. And also after that I went to the European Parliament Foreign Affairs Committee, where I served for 7 years. And after that I was in a department related to the Foreign Affairs Ministry of the Netherlands, responsible for Kenya and Tanzania. And when I worked for these organizations in the Parliament and the EU and also the Foreign Affairs Committee, then I saw who is actually running these organizations. And the EU, but also the UN, the UNFPA, we heard it just from Mr. Kaketo. These organizations are not run by the member states, but by the unelected bureaucratic elites from a very left liberal perspective, introducing all kinds of concepts like SRHR, comprehensive sexuality education. It has been repeated many times, and they are putting that also on this continent. And then I thought someone has to do something. Who is watching these organizations? And then I started Christian Council International as an organization, an NGO, who is critically watching and monitoring the agendas and alerting delegates from your countries in Geneva, New York, but also in Brussels, when something happens what affects your country when it comes to life, family, and freedom. And then I want to give you just one window, one look what yesterday happened in The Hague in our national parliament. And I want you to consider if you want these kinds of policies here in your continent in Africa. 1, the definition of embryos was broadened. Now also an embryo-like structure simulated from a body material from one person can be made an embryo, is an embryo, and can be put in a woman. Secondly, there was a symposium on the legalization of surrogacy. Do we want that? Here. Then yesterday evening, very sadly, the anti-conversion law or act on the criminalization of conversion on sexual orientation and gender identity on persons below 18 years, that was agreed on. So if one of my boys says tomorrow, I identify as a girl, and they say, wait a minute, I want to talk to you, and they want to talk with you regularly, but the school affirms that new orientation or identity, then I can end up to have a fine of 22,500 euros or to go 1 or 2 years to prison for my own child. So that is the Netherlands, and I want you to be aware that these policies are not only reserved for the Netherlands and for Europe, they are coming to Africa. We just heard it from Brother Kaketo, from Richard. I was ready to also say something about the Samoa Agreement. It has already been done. I've been involved in nearly all joint parliamentary ACP-EU parliamentary assemblies in several cities in Africa, also in Maputo. And I remember vividly that there was the Honorable Tayepwa from Uganda, and he questioned the European Commission, and he said, how can I sign a treaty which we can never domesticate? And also Honorable Ashims from Malawi, he had also a courageous attempt to get the document and to bring it first to the national parliaments of Africa, to look at it, to scrutinize it, to decide on it, because you are the representatives of your people. Not Brussels has to teach you how to implement which things. So, but the reality is that you are now, you have now a document which is signed, ratified, and it has to be implemented. So, in conclusion, I think it is a very wise decision to adopt this African Charter on Family Values and Sovereignty. You need to stand up yourself, and I hope that it will serve as a beacon of hope, not only for Africa, but also for the rest of the world, as an example, and as well as a protection for your children, families, and peoples against the pressure and ideological colonization of the West. One colonial period was enough. As a father and a dear friend of Africa, I wish you God's blessings. Unite, otherwise you will fall and be divided. God bless you.
Thank you very, very, very much, our friend from, and also one of the sponsors of this conference is from Netherlands. Finally, we want to take our final solidarity message from Africa Christian Professional Forum. Okay.
Riding on all the protocols that has been established, allow me just to make the most of this time. I've even chosen the podium that was used by the speaker so that I can make a declaration. One is, let it be known that as the representatives of the people in Africa, the Africa Christian Professionals Forum supports, endorses, and affirms the ratification of this treaty during this conference. Two, we also want to make the following requests: that as the representatives of the people, upon making this declaration, that we appeal that resources at national level be allocated towards the celebration and the marking of all things to do with Parliament, because we need to put our monies where our mouth is, because what we value, we celebrate. Number three is that we as Christians, we believe in the concept of redemption. The UN has done some good things. They've all fallen short in some areas. One of the good things they've done is that they've ratified the 15th of May every year as the UN International Days of Families. I want to appeal to the African leaders, the African representatives who are seated and listening across, that this is a day that we can run with and rally energies and efforts, that in every country, in every town, that on the May 15th of every year, we come out, we march, and we demonstrate our commitment to the protection of African values. ACPF is willing and committed to work with this movement, and just to invite us to the Pan-African Conference, May next year in South Africa, where we will give high prominence, visibility, and profile to the importance of this charter. I thank you.
Oh, that is beautiful. Please, let's give it out to them again. This honorable gentlemen who have been supporting us all this while. Before we take our housekeeping announcement, our colleague Honorable Mutita from DR Congo said he has something to share, and then we'll take our housekeeping matters. We need to move from here quickly because the Right Honorable Speaker will be waiting for us.
Honorable Clotilde Mutita, rapporteur adjoint de l'Assemblée nationale de la République démocratique du Congo. Merci beaucoup, monsieur le modérateur. Alors, c'est d'abord pour moi une occasion de remercier le Ghana et d'une manière très spéciale l'Ouganda pour les initiatives et surtout le suivi de cette charte que nous devons absolument voter. Alors, je dis aussi merci pour mon intervention de demain en ce qui concerne la souveraineté sanitaire, parce que la réalité chez nous avec Ebola, et c'est une réalité très vivante que nous voudrions vraiment partager. Et quand il y a un pays qui souffre
les voisins aussi doivent absolument s'impliquer. Et donc, ceci consistera mon intervention de demain lors de notre modération. Honorables collègues parlementaires de tous les pays représentés, au fond, c'est un discours de solidarité aussi que nous avons préparé. Distingués représentants des différents partenaires, mesdames et messieurs, à vos titres et qualités respectifs, chers frères et sœurs d'Afrique, c'est avec une profonde responsabilité historique et une conscience aiguë de notre destin commun que je prends humblement la parole devant vous et avec vous. C'est aussi animé par une triple responsabilité que je m'adresse à vous et à nos peuples respectifs et communs. En ma qualité de parlementaire congolaise et donc africaine, de leader politique, mais plus profondément encore avec la sensibilité et l'instinct protecteur d'une femme et d'une mère de famille. Je porte ici, au cœur de nos délibérations institutionnelles, non pas la voix d'une seule nation, mais l'écho des aspirations des millions et de législateurs à travers notre vaste continent. Permettez-moi également de saluer la vision et l'engagement des plus hautes institutions de la République démocratique du Congo sous le leadership de son Excellence le Président de la République, Félix Antoine Tshisekedi, dont la diplomatie agissante en Afrique œuvre sans relâche pour la paix, la stabilité régionale
where is
et le
working towards
renforcement de la
peace in Africa and also strengthening of cooperation between African nations. His constant commitment with regards to dialogue and also sovereignty in African states and continental integration constitute today an important reference in building a strong, united Africa respective values. So here, on behalf of the President of my Parliament, we are here to give flesh and also to the Charter of African values and sovereignty. This act that saw its birth in Entebbe is a sovereign act. It goes beyond our borders, and this act to recolonize us socially. Looking at all that is happening as a woman parliamentarian and also looking at this legal instrument, I'll say that we cannot disassociate it from the reality of our families. And the African family is funding on the basis of our family. And this intergenerational solidarity is dear to our tradition, where the education of a child is our shared responsibility. That is where our African genius goes very far. And for instance, we share that collective responsibility. We need to institutionalize this perspective in our parliament. Every law, every political law should be reviewed vis-à-vis its direct impact on our families, that's our community. We are crossing dangerous waters. Our cultural values and religious values are being attacked. And this through international aid as guardians and also representatives of African people, I must here formulate or sound a warning that we are actually facing an external pressure that should not be acceptable through trade, support to trade and economy. And this is to impose on us ambiguous and destructive concepts. We can see through the sexual reproductive right, the issue on abortion. I mean, we are not against people. We are not against gender equality, but we want it to be done rightfully. As parliamentarians, we believe that this program, in a way, creates a sexual perspective to us. and alienate them from their social and cultural value. When it comes to the Charter and continental sovereignty, as I said earlier, my presence here is one of the first processes since we started this. This is why it is an opportunity for me, as a daughter of Africa, coming from DR Congo, make sure that this should not be a simple wish, but becomes a policy of our continent. I humbly think that we need to support and execute all the commitments within the Charter. I am in agreement with the Charter and its content. In conclusion, I will say that the future of the African is being played out here and with us, because we know, and we are already saying that Africa is a beacon of civilization. That is why I say that peace and lasting security would only be achieved when we achieve a total sovereignty by putting in place an expert committee on family sovereignty, and also to fight against external forces to protect our family. We have a very rigorous tool that will help us to make sure that this text is respected. We need to unite our various parliaments to protect our children and preserve the soul of our continent. May God bless our countries. May God bless Africa. May God bless and protect our families. Long live the 4th Inter-Parliamentary Conference.
Deputy Honorable. We want to thank our distinguished brothers and sisters who share with us their solidarity message. Can we give it up for them? Can you please take your seat? Now, housekeeping matters. 2 minutes.
So, all protocols observed. These are just a few announcements before we close for the day. And unfortunately, the tours we had planned for you today, because the day is fast spent, have been postponed until further notice. But as soon as we finish, as we go out, either on the back corridor of the chamber or the foyer, there are some snacks that have been packed for each of the delegates and other personnel who are here. So you can pick something up and nibble. But please, we would like you to hang out a little bit and network, just to create some rapport and some familiarity among ourselves before we continue for the evening. The Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament of Ghana, Honorable Alban Sumana Bagbin, is hosting us for a dinner at 7 p.m. tonight at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Auditorium. So we'd be grateful if we could all make our way to the dinner just to have some fun, some memorable time, enjoy some Ghanaian music and the ambience in Ghana while you are here. So that's at 7 p.m. from today. And again, at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And then tomorrow, unfortunately today we started quite late, and that's why things have run late till this time. But we hope, we don't hope, we intend to start exactly at 9 a.m. tomorrow. And there's a lot packed for tomorrow. So we'd be grateful if everybody can enjoy the dinner today, get back to your rooms for some rest, and make sure that you're here on time by 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you very much.
On that note, obrigado, merci beaucoup, thank you very much. We'll see you, the delegates, at the dinner this evening. Thank you.